King in the 91 and Scott Carlisle in the 54. I'm Charles Head. I'm joined alongside John Matthews here this afternoon for our great race today at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And John, it is a beautiful day to be here.
Absolutely correct. This is an amazing facility here, just under 2 miles, tucked into the North Georgia mountains as we're getting underway with race number 1 of round 6 of the summer series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And here we complete lap number 1.
Drivers coming off turn 16, heading by the start-finish line. They work their way down to the hairpin turn in turn 1. Up front, it's Michael Gannon in the Legends car that leads our group of drivers down into turn 1. Heading into the carousel right now, Gannon in that 41 car is there. Jose Garcia leads a group of cars behind him. They're 3 strong there with Garcia, Keith Williamson, and Rayden Nickel all working their way. That's second, third, and fourth position as they head to the hairpin of turn 6. Disappearing off turn number 7 is the final group of cars as they make their way down into the hills and over into turn 8 and beyond. Off of turn 16, here comes your leader. Michael Gannon crosses the line. 2 laps complete right now as Gannon heads down toward turn 1 once again. Look at that side-by-side battle.
That's right, side-by-side for second place. Great passing opportunity down into turn 1 at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Looks like Rayden Nickel got by Jose Garcia there as they put 2 laps on the board.
John Bruno took a little ride out into the sand off turn 1. He got it corrected, still stays in 5th place right now on the racetrack, but lost a little bit of traction as he went off in the sand in turn 1. Here comes your leader down to turn number 6. It's still Michael Gannon in that Legends car as they make their way now down the front straightaway here at Atlanta Motorsports Park in full view of all of our folks in the condos today.
We've got more side-by-side action off turn 6 as Keith Williamson looks to the inside, trying to move up into that 3rd place, trying to get by Jose Garcia as they head through 7 and 8.
Down the hill toward turn 7 go all of our drivers. They're pretty tightly packed for this group of drivers so far in this race. They'll head up toward turn 12. We'll get a little glimpse of them there as they continue on and head toward our exit corner, which is corner number 16 here at AMP.
We've almost got that AMP Skycam.
Back down the main straightaway. Michael Gannon continues to lead in that Legend with a healthy lead as he gets on the binders into turn 1. And again, a great 3-car battle for second place. Rayden Nichols still leads. Jose Garcia 3rd. Keith Williamson in 4th as we have more side-by-side with a crossover move coming off turn 1 as they charge up to turn 2.
Wow, look at this. Williamson on the move in the 64 cars. He tries to see if he can overtake Jose Garcia. They're heading up now into turn 3, getting into the carousel, and he got that position away. How about that? He made the pass in the turn 3 S's and has made his way now off turn number 4, heading down toward that big hairpin turn in 6, and another great passing area, John.
That's right. It's a heavy braking zone, so we see the cars definitely get right close to each other, and now they want maximum acceleration as Nickel continues to hold off Garcia and Williamson as they go down to turn 7.
Yeah, Garcia back there in 3rd spot. I thought for a moment there that the 64 of Williamson going to have a run on him, but that did not quite happen over in the carousel. Rest of our cars come through turn 6, and they'll head down the long straightaway going to the downhill turn number 7.
Charles, it's so important to get a good drive off 6 as you head through the S's to get a good launch as you go into the more technical downhill parts of the course. And And Michael Gannon is charging up through 15 and 16. We can hear him going uphill, and here he comes down the front straightaway. So Gannon has that Legends car wound up as he puts 5 laps on the board, and again, hard on the brakes into turn 1, and again, nose to tail for second, third, and fourth.
Well, John, you and I have had some Legends experience in the past few weeks, and of course the Legends have a big race here every year where it's all Legends all weekend long, and those Legends cars are quite interesting to see and quite interesting to watch. The horsepower to weight ratio in those cars make them an excellent proving grounds for drivers who are trying to move up into other divisions.
That's right, it's a 5/8 scale, sort of 30s or 40s Cooper sedan. That model is a coupe, and with a motorcycle engine, they're going to get about 200 horsepower. So you're right, quite a peppy drive, quite a peppy handling in there, as we again see nose to tail for second place, with Nickel still fighting off Garcia and Williamson as they head through the S's and then downhill into 8.
That's the best race going on right now. Garcia taking a quick look to the inside. Williamson decided to get a little lower and try to take a look, so we'll see what happens as they work their way off turn 16. From our vantage point, we can't see what's happening in turn 12, so it may be a surprise when they get back here to the front straightaway near the flag stand.
Charles, on a hot day like this, it's so important for the drivers to be able to stay focused and be able to hit their marks. That's where you make time on a road course. So as they head down, you know, lots of downhill and then some uphill corners. So for these drivers, they want to be able to have a great exit off 13 as that sets up their drive down the front straightaway again, as we see Gannon with a lap time of 1 minute 35 seconds. So a little bit of math. Nose to tail for third, 135 seconds, or excuse me, 1 minute 35 seconds. He's clipping off laps at an average of 69 miles an hour for our leader, Michael Gannon.
Well, you mentioned the term nose to tail, and there was some very tight nose to tail that time by. They were glued together, it looked like, when they came out. We got a car slowing off of turn number 1, and so that car pulls in right there, so we will continue. I believe that is the, actually I don't know for sure who that car was. We'll have to find out who that particular car was. Our drivers working their way now still off of turn 4. There go your leaders, or turn 6 that is, go your leaders down the little rise going to turn 7. Look at this side-by-side battle going on. It's the Jose Garcia car. Rayden Nickel also involved in that as they battle it hard down toward turn 7. Side-by-side going into 7 as our drivers now have completed just past the halfway point. This group has held pretty tight quarters so far. Most of the pack staying together, at least fairly closely together. They're not spread out over the whole race course like we've seen in times past. So it's good to see these drivers trying to keep up with the leader for the most part. There comes your leader by Michael Gannon. Completes the 4th lap right now as he heads to turn 1.
Charles, that car that's pulled off the track, that is the number 31 of John Bruno. So hopefully he'll be able to make repairs and get back into the second race. As again, the best battle on the track continues to be second, third, and fourth. Nickel, Garcia, and Williamson charge up to turn 2 and 3.
Battle still tight as those second, third, and fourth place drivers battle down into turn number 1. It's the 93 of Rayden Nickel who has gotten up there to second spot right now. Oh, we got a smoker. It may have been tire smoke, brake smoke.
He locked up the brakes. That's number 5, Bill Miller. So, Charles, as we've said, turn 6 is a great passing opportunity, heavy braking zone, and he locked up that right front tire on the entrance to that course.
Well, they have made their way now down into turn 7 and points beyond. We've got one sitting down here on pit road.
That's Scott Carlisle on the, well, there's another 54 on track, so.
Gannon comes by one more time.
Starting to get just a little bit of daylight for second, third, and fourth as Nickel gets hard on the binders through turn one. So he staves off both Garcia and Williamson as they charge up to turns 2 and 3 again, with Gannon entering the carousel.
Well, it's Nickel in second spot right now as those three drivers still have a great race going on. Man, they're going to have some exciting stories about this race once it's over, as they make their way now down off turn number 4 in the carousel, trying to chase down Gannon. Doesn't look like anybody has anything for Gannon. He's kind of in a little different situation, but those guys are pretty evenly matched.
You know, they're reeling Gannon in. If you look now, as our second, third, and fourth were side by side for third, as Garcia draws alongside Williamson, and it looks like he was going to make the pass, but suddenly Garcia slows. So we might have a 4-car battle for the lead. It really seemed like Gannon was slowing down there.
Concerns me a little bit that Garcia has slowed going down in that hill section there. I wonder if that indicates there's going to be problems. We've got a caution out on the track right now. Caution is out on the racetrack. And it is a full course caution, so we'll find out exactly what the situation is in just a few moments. Safety crews are on their way out. It may be they're trying to get that car off the track, but there may be something further down that's beyond our vantage point.
We're hearing reports there is another driver off track. We'll try to get a number and what turn they're in as soon as we can. As safety crews are heading over to see John Bruno, who had pulled off turn 1 a couple of laps ago.
Michaela Christian on top of the flag stand, displaying the yellow flags to the drivers as they come by. This will tighten the field up, John. We were talking just a moment ago about how second, third, and fourth place cars were catching our leader, Michael Gannon. Well, now all of a sudden they have they've pushed the reset button. They're able now to tighten it up and see what they can do with these final times remaining.
Well, they might have caught him because of the caution coming out, so maybe Gannon let up. But you're right, they're now all nose to tail. So Nickel, Garcia, and Williamson will be able to duke it out for the last few minutes of this series, as they've been putting on great battles into turn 1, into turn 6, side-by-side action, not only down the front straightaway, but heading off turn 6 as they head into 7 and 8. So looks like a lot of fun for these Miata drivers out here on this warm August afternoon.
Yeah, the safety car has picked up the field right now as they came down toward turn 1. So we'll now have them pacing the field. We'll get everything cleared up and ready to go back green again in just a few moments. John, we noticed the condos over in turn number 1 and 2 in that area over there. It's a very nice facility that, of course, is a beautiful facility to start with, but that's just going to add to the beauty here in the Northeast Georgia mountains when those condos are completed.
Well, I don't know when they'll be completed, but imagine, Charles, coming home after a day of work, and this is your view. I mean, this is a phenomenal view here. We're nestled in the North Georgia mountains. A lot of people think of Dawsonville. They hear that name, and it has a tradition in stock car racing, but we're just a few miles west of the town, and this beautiful facility is here. I couldn't imagine, you know, we're just about an hour away from Metro Atlanta, so this would be an amazing place to brag to your friends about, hey, check out the view out my front window.
Yeah, bring them up here and let them do some karting. You know, karting is open almost every day, and so plenty of karting availability. So we would remind everybody that kart track is awesome, and guys really enjoy that. We'll see some more karts out on that track during the afternoon as they continue to have open karting here today as well.
Well, Charles, we've crossed 15 minutes in this race, so when they get back to green, it's going to be a short shootout, just a sprint where they'll maybe have 3 or 4 laps to settle out who's going to win race number 1 here in round 6 of the Summer Championships.
Well, the first 5 laps have certainly been interesting because they have shown that a lot of drivers are very competitive, especially, I can't get over that group, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place, how much they have battled back around each other, back and forth through there. It's been an interesting afternoon to watch them. Let's see if they've got anything for Michael Gannon up front as they get ready to come back down the line.
Green flag is out, and we're back underway with race number 1. And they're going to fan out 2, 3, 4 wide down into turn 1, and you can see everyone on the binders. And now hard back on the gas with some cars getting a little off track.
Yeah, good side-by-side battle going on down there. It's interesting to watch those drivers. Some chose to stay tight to the inside, yet others wanted to make the turn very wide in turn 1. Interesting strategies that those cars played out.
To go wide, you get the best speed, but if you're trying to protect your position, you can cover the inside as Gannon's pulled away in the Legend, but the battle is now a 4-car battle for second place with all the Miatas heading down into that heavy braking zone, and looking to the inside was Williamson. Can't quite make the pass on Nickel.
They're all single file as they work their way up the little rise there, coming off turn 4 and heading turn 6, heading down towards turn 7. And our drivers making their way down there. So it was interesting to see that everybody stayed in line. Nobody tried to take a quick peek to the inside or the outside, but we'll see if that changes.
Williamson took just a little peek to the inside of Garcia as Nickel's been shuffled back to 4th place. So again, great competition among our Miatas in race number 1.
John, I hear them coming. They're on the way. They're coming out of turn 16 here in just a moment. We'll see if Gannon has stretched that lead out or if they've been able to try to reel him in a little bit as our time starts to wind down in this race for the Miatas. Here comes Gannon. Boy, he is flying down this front straightaway.
Well, and speaking of flying, 3-car battle again as Garcia's moved up to second, Williamson to third, but now it looks like Williamson goes to the inside and he moves back up to second place. So a continued action among our Miata competitors here in race 1.
Wow, I tell you what, now look at this. Williamson looking to the inside once again of Garcia as they get ready to head up the hill in turn 4.
So important to get a great exit out of the carousel to get that straightaway speed, and it looks like we have Nickel getting to the inside of Williamson, and who's going to hold it longer and be harder on the brakes? Into turn 6 is now the 11 car of Kyle Haney gets his hat in the ring. So again, a 4-car battle for second place.
Well, Haney has shown up a little late to the party here. He wasn't involved in that battle for the longest, but now he finds himself right there in 5th spot in a four-way battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
So, Charles, I think when we hear them, they're coming off even turn 13, 14. So important to get a great exit off of those turns as that launches you into the 15-16 complex that mimics Eau Rouge at the Spa Belgian Grand Prix track. And then that sets you up for a great run down the front straightaway to try to make a pass heading into turn 1. So we can hear and know it's Michael Gannon has that Legend wound up. And here he comes into our view down the front straightaway.
White flag is out. We're on our final lap right now as Gannon heads to turn 1. The tight hairpin turn. Look at that battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, John.
Looks like Garcia had the edge there, and then he covered the inside. So Garcia protects his position, and now he's going to launch up through turn 2 and 3, trying desperately to hold off Williamson and Nickel.
Well, our final lap is underway. White flag has been displayed for all the drivers. And this battle goes on at the middle of turn 4 right now. Of course, Gannon's in a different zone with everybody else. So Gannon comes through turn 6. Here comes your battle. The 3 have broken away once again from Haney. He's all alone now back there in 5th spot. But look at this battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th as they go through the hairpin in turn number 6.
Williamson took a quick peek to the inside of Garcia but couldn't make it happen. So he's going to have one more good chance as they will come up to the start-finish line. So it's so important for them to get through these downhill and the tough corners to get a great exit off 13, as that's where they'll start to set up the passing through 15 and 16.
Well, they're heading right now into turns 8 and 9, down into 10. Of course, the 12-13 corridor, or 12, 13, 14, and then they'll be heading up to the big 15-16 sweeper as they come toward our start-finish line. We'll find out who's going to do that. I got to bet it's going to be Gannon who's going to be in the lead. What do you think?
Well, he has that Legend wound up, sharp-looking car, and you can hear him, and here he comes off Sweet 16 to the checkered flag. Michael Gannon wins race number 1 of round 6.
Michaela Christian displaying the double checkered flags. Look at that battle. Wow. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th crosses the line.
Garcia 2nd, Keith Williamson 3rd, and Raiden Nickel in 4th.
Man, what a great race from our guys in the Mazdas. John will be down talking with our winner in just a moment. Maybe get some words from some of those guys that were battling for second, third, and fourth as well. What a battle they had going on. I'm sure they got some stories about that. John will be down with them in just a few moments. Right now, our field has come under caution as they've all cleared the checkered flags and the flag stand on the front as well as the stripe. So they'll be cooling down as they get ready to head over to the paddock. Downforce cars, we need you on the grid, please. Downforce cars, time to get them to the grid. All downforce cars. Let's get those cars to the grid area.
Charles, I'm down here in the paddock with the winner of race number 1, driving a legend, Michael Ganning. Congratulations, Michael.
Thank you. Yeah.
So how does it feel to climb out of the car? I know that, at least for race 1, you've got the job done.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. I wish there was some more legend cars out here to have some competition, but it's a fun track. I really enjoy it. We only race here like one time a year, so. But I'd like to thank Sports Medicine, my parents, Ricey Clan, and Joey Clan.
All right, well, thank you, Michael. Congratulations, and we'll see you out on the track later for race number 2. I'm going to go try to find the driver that came in second place in our Spec Miata class, so I'm going to work down the paddock. Back up to you for now, Charles. I'm further down the paddock here with Jose Garcia. If you want to take your helmet off, feel free. I know it's hot out there. Jose, a tough 3- and 4-car battle in our Spec Miata class. First off, how much fun was it out there on this racetrack today?
Absolutely, tons of fun, especially racing with such a good racer as Raiden. With battling the cards, I'm a little closer on the cars, so this is where I get to have a little more fun. We had a little contact on turn 1. I hope he's not upset about that. In my opinion, it was a racing incident, just racing hard. And yeah, it's always a battle with him, so I'm not chanting victory yet because we got another race.
That's right, you do have another 20-minute race later. So, Jose, is there anyone you want to thank for helping you get here this morning?
I want to thank Richard Spaeth from Spaeth Racing, who's across the street, races Retreat. he's been very ill, and I'm dedicating this race to him.
All right, we appreciate that, Jose, and we look forward to seeing you guys do battle again later in our afternoon. So with that, back up to you, Charles.
Thank you, John. Well, good to hear from the drivers that were involved in our racing today. We've got downforce cars on the way out here in just a moment. There you see the finishing order. Michael Gannon, Jose Garcia, Keith Williamson, Radon Nickel, Kyle Haney finished in 5th spot. Bill Miller was 6th in the number 5. Blakely Fabiani in the 85 finished 7th. William Krieg in the number 91 was your 8th place finisher. And Scott Carlisle in the 54 in 9th place. So downforce cars getting ready to come out onto the racetrack right now. They're on the grid. In just a moment, we'll get them down to staging, and we'll get set for our second race of the day. John Matthews is with us today. He is we call him the guy from the Weather Channel. He actually was part of the Weather Channel and now part of weather.com. He's one of those guys that puts all your forecast for you on computer every day and on your app for weather.com. So he's our go-to weatherman. As a matter of fact, as we were coming into the facility today, I had race promoters from all over Northeast Georgia calling me and saying, "What's your Weather Channel buddy got to say about racing tonight?" So we kind of filled them in on what John had to say about this evening's racing programs that are going to go on throughout the area. Just in case you're interested in what's happening tonight racing-wise in Northeast Georgia, after you leave here at Sugar Creek up in Blue Ridge, Georgia, they've got a big 602 late model race going on tonight, as well as a crate 604 race. And then coming up tonight also, there's a bounty on David McCoy at Toccoa Raceway tonight. That's up to $300 for anybody that can come in and knock David McCoy off of his winning rolls at Toccoa Raceway. Winder Barrow Speedway is in action tonight in Winder down in the Athens-Gainesville area. And, of course, Cherokee Speedway in Gaffney, South Carolina. Big race going over there tonight. Carolina Clash, the super late models are there. Talladega Short Track over in Alabama has the Southern All-Stars. It's the B.J. Parker Memorial Race going on at Talladega Short Track. So all of those within driving distance if you might be interested in catching some dirt track racing action tonight after we're finished here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Charles, I can confirm what the drivers have shown. It's hot out there. I was just briefly chatting with Bill. Bill Kring had on a cool suit where they have a cooler in the car, and it pumps through the shirt. And you could definitely see he was still sweating a lot. It's hot in those cars, but just to have that little bit of relief can make such a difference so that a driver's mind will stay focused on hitting their marks. Where do I turn? Where do I brake? Where do I downshift? So that they can get those consistent fast times. Just that little bit of coolness can make so much difference.
Well, you and I were talking about it earlier. You had seen some drivers walking around with those cool suits on and wondered exactly how it was going to play out here this afternoon. So I'm glad you had a chance to talk to a driver after a race and see how that actually worked for them today.
So I would say we have a beautiful view of the North Georgia mountains, but it's a hot, humid day. Welcome to Georgia, and the mountains are a little bit muted out there through the haze as we're going to be getting up to near 90 degrees in the shade. And I can guarantee you, if you're in a race car sitting in the sun in a fire suit, it's going to be toasty in that car.
Well, these next guys out are in convertibles, sort of.
Ah, yes.
Open wheel, open cockpit. So we'll have them on the racetrack here in just a moment. The downforce cars getting ready to bring their talent and their machines out to the racetrack here in just a minute. Will Rigdon has joined us right now as our third voice here today. Of course, Will is a regular here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And Will, thankfully, you're here to give us a little insight. I've been here many times when you weren't here, so I want to learn some things.
Well, this is definitely interesting for us, Charles, because normally I'm not up here in the booth because you're covering when I'm out of town. So it's definitely nice to get up here, get up next to you on our home track. We were just all together at Lanier a couple weeks ago doing the end of the summer series, and that was a ton of fun. But
yes, it's not often that we all get to work for NBC Sports. That was a pretty amazing thing.
That was a good opportunity. A big shout out to the NX guys for having us out. It was a fun 3-week summer series we had at Lanier since they're tearing up the surface at Atlanta Motor Speedway right now. So they moved the last 4 races out to the Lanier, and of course we were all there. We had a good time. But coming up next here, we've got our Downforce series, and these are cars you guys are not used to seeing. These are the little Radical SR1 SR3s. They weigh about 1,100 pounds. The SR1s are making about 180 horsepower.
Wow.
The SR3s, if they've got the 1340 engine, are making about the same power. And we've got one guy out there in a 1500cc Radical, so he's making a little bit more, about 220 horsepower. So expect to see him pull a little bit away from the field. But the biggest surprise we've got in our field today is Raiden Nickel is actually pulling double duty today. He is a name a lot of you guys are familiar with this season at AMP. He is only 13 years of age right now, and he has been absolutely crushing it in the Miatas right now. He's currently our points leader for Miatas, and this is going to be his first race in one of the downforce cars. So he's got a little bit of seat time, but this is going to be his first taste of wheel-to-wheel action in these faster cars.
Now, Will, in the earlier classes, the Spec Miatas, we're seeing about 1 minute 38-second lap times. How much quicker will these Radical downforce cars be?
Well, the skill gap on these Radicals is pretty tall, so we're going to be seeing lap times anywhere from a minute 16, a minute 17, all the way up to a minute 30. It just depends on the guys. I don't think we're going to see any sub-120s today. We might get lucky, but for the most part, the quick guys are going to be running the low 120s, and then the average pack should be closer to the high 120s today.
Okay, so just as a speed idea, the Spec Miatas were probably doing about 67 miles per hour average around the track, so we're going to be looking up to the low 80s. So that's quite a jump in speed, and that's average, I have to say, Charles, including they're braking hard into turn 1 and 6, so they're averaging, or will be averaging, over 80 miles an hour.
To put it into perspective, we're going from cars that are about 2,200 pounds down to about 1,100, so half the weight. And those Miatas are running about 115 horsepower, so we're talking at least a 60 to 70 horsepower gain and half the weight. So these things are definitely going to scoot around track.
Are these engines that are made specifically for this racing machine, or are these motorcycle engines or something that have been repurposed?
So these have actually been sourced from a Suzuki Hayabusa, the same 1340cc engine, all 185 horsepower of it, that you could go to your local Suzuki dealership and get a Hayabusa.
I see. Okay, interesting.
Oh, and I think it's worth noting, Charles, coming from a circle track background, the weight of these is about what a mini sprint or a mini, sharp mini late model would be, less than when you see those World of Outlaws sprint cars. So these should definitely be a peppy experience on this track. Now, Will, something else Charles and I are not used to, the elevation change. This track has a lot of it. Tell us a little more about that.
So the main circuit here, all 2 miles of it, has 98 feet of total elevation change. And while that doesn't sound like much, there is no flat turn at this track. You're either going uphill or downhill, and the car is all kinds of off camber during every single turn.
Wow.
And that is very punishing to your front tires, especially when you consider how our braking zones are. When you're coming into turn 1, you've got a sharp left-hand turn going downhill as you're decelerating from about 120 miles an hour, and that absolutely punishes that right outside tire as you're going through the turns. And that's a big part of driver strategies, how they wear their tires and how they get through these 20-minute sprint races.
Let me ask you this about tires. It's a very hot day. The asphalt is hot. Obviously, that's going to be kind of slick conditions for these drivers. So are we going to see slower lap times because of the grip situation with a hot day?
So during race 1, we will definitely see our better lap times. You get a lot of trash out on track because a lot of the rubber and the chunks will come off the tires. And so as the cars are running over them and picking up some of that garbage on track, it makes them handle not as well. Now, these Radical cars are all on slicks, so they should handle pretty fine. With the Miatas, depending on, those are the guys that some of them will run one set of tires for the season, some of them will run a set of tires every other race day.
Are these DOT tires or are these special racing tires?
The guys that are competitive are running the Hoosiers, and then there's the guys that are on a budget are probably running the Toyos.
Now, Will, this is a counterclockwise track where, generally there's left-hand turns. How do drivers maybe set up the car or manage their car knowing that turn 1, heavy braking, hard left-hander, but turn 6, heavy braking, right-hander? How might that change how they set up or handle their cars?
So we are definitely a left-hand heavy track. So when you're coming into turn 1, that's a hard braking zone, hard left-hander, and then you come out of that turn and you go through 2-3, which is easy on the brakes and easy on the car because you're using the momentum to hang on the racing line and get through the turns, but then you're going right into another hard left-hander, and that's the carousel. And that's a big double apex turn. So you're on the binders, you got to set it up, you get through that turn, and then you come through 6, which is that hard right-hander, and that's really your only hard right-hander on this circuit.
Really?
There's another right-hander when you're setting up turn 12, but you're not hard on the brakes through that turn, especially in these Miatas. They're practically going 4 off to set up that turn. And then once they make it up the back hill, you, of course, got to set up that second left-hander, which is turn 14. that big double apex to then set up our Eau Rouge, which is 15-16 coming back onto the main straight. So really that right front tire takes 80% of the abuse out here, and that is something these drivers have to manage. Sometimes you'll see them get out and they'll flip tires between races.
Wow.
And now with all of these heavy braking areas, in a 20-minute race, do drivers start to experience brake fade where the brakes get so hot that they lose effectiveness?
In the Miatas, it's not as much. Now, depending on how hard they're racing, if they're racing for position, you can
They were racing hard in that first race out there.
You could definitely heat those brakes up when you're racing hard for position, but you can also, every corner there's a point of no return where you have to brake, but there's also a point about, a split second before where if you're trying to play that conservation game, you brake then so you don't have to brake as hard. You give yourself a little bit more time. And it's in the lighter cars, it's not as hard to be conservative on the brakes. But if you're getting out here in a stock car like the Legends we saw, those guys aren't used to being heavy on the brakes, and that can definitely be punishing if you're not used to it.
All right, how about this, Charles? We're going to take this in a different direction. So, Will, what if you were, say, driving a school bus out on this track? How would a school bus handle out here? I think you have some experience with
yes,
that.
Yes, actually, we had a school bus out here a couple weeks ago, and the secret to driving a school bus is you just don't go over 20 miles an hour.
Well, let me ask you, there's a lot of straightaways here. What is the fastest actual point on the racetrack? Is it coming down toward turn 1? Is it going off of turn 6, heading down that hill? Is it coming down the hill off of 4? Where's the fastest point that these guys get to?
So your fastest speed is actually going to be right in front of us, Charles, here at the start-finish line. So that's when you're hitting that braking zone coming into turn 1. Essentially, these Miatas, once they get through that back hill and they start setting up turn 14, they are flat out from the entrance of 14 until they hit this braking zone at the start of 1. And so in those little Miatas, you're talking about 105, 110 miles an hour is what they're hitting coming down this front straightaway. These Radicals should be seeing closer to 120.
Man.
And the fastest we've seen out here, we get some bikes that'll get up pretty quickly, but we had Mazda Team Yost came out here to shake down their LMP car, and he hit 165 crossing the start-finish line.
Wow.
LMP, Le Mans prototype. So those are the big boys that you would say.
That's fantastic that you got that kind of thing going on here and those speeds on a road course. I don't think people that watch, they may watch NASCAR on road courses. They may have seen some road course races. They don't realize the speed nor the talent nor the equipment that it takes to make a car really competitive on a road course.
Well, working here at the racetrack, one of the crazy things with these cars is you hear all types of engine noises. So you start to filter those out. What you start to pick up on is the wind noises because you can hear the cars cut through the air. And there's a certain sound a car makes, whether it's doing 100 miles an hour, 120 miles an hour, 140 miles an hour. When you get a Le Mans prototype car out here doing 165, it makes some sounds that we are not used to hearing.
Wow. Well, and I have to imagine, especially at that level, but even in the Spec Miata, there's no rest on this track other than maybe a brief second down this front straightaway. You're engaged the whole time. If you're not going up and downhill, you're setting up for a corner, you're on the brakes, you're shifting up through the gearbox, something else that we don't have much of in oval track racing. So, Charles, these drivers are fully occupied for 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's a true test of endurance for both machine and for mankind. So they're getting ready to take off to the staging area right now. I believe the grid is just about ready to be vacated by our downforce cars. They'll be taking those cars down to the staging area, and in just a few moments we should be getting our pace lap underway for the next race of the day. That'll be coming up here in just seconds. We're at Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia. It's a great day. I'm Charles Head along with John Matthews. Will Rigdon, of course, here from Atlanta Motorsports Park has joined us during this little brief time between races, and he's getting some great shots from the drone today as well. We'll be able to give you more of an indication now of what's going on throughout the track. We'll be able to get a perspective on turns 8 through 15 as we then can visually see turn 16 and most of the rest of the track, but we'll be able to get some camera shots from those other portions of the track now.
And we are hearing that lovely sound of horsepower, Charles, as the Radicals are gaining a little engine heat as they're sitting on the starting grid, and we will be underway shortly with their 20-minute feature.
Well, John,
race.
you and I have done a lot of races together, and we're sort of addicted to that sound of horsepower, I think. That's something that has bode well for me for the last 47 years of announcing races anyway.
And this is actually one of the largest downforce grids we have had to date. So this is going to be an exciting race. We've got the young gun in there, Raiden Nickel. Although he definitely took advantage of this break, because normally we've only got about 10 minutes in between these races, and since they had to recover that car there out at turn 1, they gave him a minute to get out of his Miata, cool down for a second, and then get over into that Radical.
Well, I have a suggestion. Since all the cars look alike, I think we ought to have different colored helmets for the different drivers or something to give us some indication of who's in what besides just a number on the side.
Now, Will, you've mentioned that these are downforce cars. They have that big spoiler on the back. Does this cause any problems that if you have a lot of downforce on the back, you're going to not get loose in the corners? Do they ever have a problem where they don't have enough downforce on the front and maybe they get tight on entry into corners?
It actually creates an interesting dilemma having that extra downforce over the back, because you have to hit turns at a certain speed to get that downforce. So when you slow down, you're getting less force over those back tires. So there's actually turns that you can take better at higher speeds. And so if you're not gauging that just right, you can actually spin out while you're slowing down.
Wow.
Wow. And that would be different from, say, I imagine they're not only braking, are these guys downshifting as they're in
Yes,
corners?
and these guys are all working the gearbox as they're going through these turns.
Can they get wheel hop, where if they hit the shift wrong too aggressively, that the rear wheels will start to sort of step out on them?
You could definitely get that when you're coming into the braking zone, and that is a problem if you are getting close to locking up those rear tires. But these guys have sequential gearboxes, so they're on the clutch, shifting it into first gear, and then once the car's rolling, it's all air powered from there, and they just bang the shifter and it goes.
You mean just like a shifter car where they just
they don't even have to clutch once it's in gear and going.
Now for shifting, do they have? Is it a shifter? Is it paddles?
It's paddle shifters on the wheel.
Okay.
Safety car is pulled out right now as the field tucks in behind him, and they head off onto the racing surface. Will, one more question for you. We see drivers on occasion, at least once a race, that they will get off into the runoff area down in turn 1. And is that just a sign that the driver has overdriven the corner as far as trying to brake too hard? I don't think it's a chance of getting on the binders or on the gas too quickly. It's generally a situation that they just didn't judge the braking right as they headed down toward turn 1.
A lot of times in the beginning of the race, that is the case. Once you get about halfway in, it will sometimes tend to be the brakes. Because the drivers on the track, we have a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 marker before every turn. And that means 500 feet, 400 feet, 300 feet. And that's for the drivers to be able to gauge where they need to start hitting those brakes. And as those tires start to wear, if you're braking at a 3, you might start braking at the 4 later on in the race.
Well, that's great. So you actually give drivers braking points. Like a driver might pick at an oval track, he might pick a certain sponsor sign or a certain place on the racetrack. I've actually seen drivers go out and take paint and paint on the side of where their braking point or where their turn-in point was on a racetrack. So you kind of provide that for them so they can gauge it. That's an excellent idea.
Yes, every hard braking point on this track has those markers, and it's a great ability to just have that reference point, and it's the same spot every time.
Good deal. We're getting ready to roll with our drivers right now. Let's check the lineup for you. Zach Ping is in the number 97, starting on the front. Alongside Ping, we have Barry Davison in the number 57. It's Kevin Clifford in the 138. And on that second row also, we're starting at fifth spot. It's William Carth in the number 5. In the number BOK, I guess that's Black Card.
So out on track, the 418, John Pearson. Number 76, Michael Gatto. Nate Davidson in the 139. William Layton joining us in the 75 car. Andrew Nagy in the X car. Chris Hune in the 53. And Raiden Nickel joining us, jumping over from the Spec Miata, joining us here in our Radical Downforce race.
Yeah, don't you know that Raiden is going through some emotions right now. First time in a car like this with this much power, this much speed. So for Raiden, it's going to be an interesting race. I'm sure he's going to adapt to this very quickly, though.
So we're going to go 20 minutes, and then we're going to see who's going to be down crossing those scales. As we hear, there's going to be one more pace lap before our starter, McKaylee Christian, turns them loose.
Well, John, it's been great having you to do some Victory Lane interviews and talking to the guys that have been involved in the racing. That is something we've added this race, and it's awfully exciting to hear from these drivers right after the race is finished. So you're doing a wonderful job down there getting hold of drivers and getting some on-track experiences from them as soon as they exit the race car.
Well, I can tell you Jose was definitely happy. You could hear it in his voice. You could see that broad smile. They were having a lot of fun in that Miata class. Gannon would like to have some competition out here in the Legends. And Charles, I believe you said they have a big Legends weekend here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, or they have in the past.
Yeah.
And I would enjoy seeing that, because I'm not used to seeing Legends or hearing Legends shift up through the gearbox as they head off turn 6, and Gannon was doing just that this morning.
Well, it's interesting to watch them and to hear them on this racetrack, and you can probably catch them a little later in September, I think is when they normally arrive here. Maybe it's October. I've forgotten the exact date, but check your schedules for that here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. They come by one more time. We will see. The lights are off on the safety car, so that means we are ready to go green.
And Raiden Nickel is going to be on the pole for this race in that 79 car. So that 13-year-old gentleman is getting not just some experience out there, he's getting the view to go with it here in our Radical race.
Well, we had him listed as last on the field. It's interesting that when they came by and scored him that that he was actually the guy that was starting on the pole, so that's pretty exciting for him as he takes a car that he's somewhat unfamiliar with down to turn 1, which is arguably one of the most difficult turns at this racetrack. We'll check it out in just a moment. They'll work their way slowly again off turn number 16. Michaela Christian will be able to get that green flag in the air, and we'll get this thing started for our Radical cars, downforce cars, as they get ready to bring them off turn 16 and head toward turn 1 at as full a blast as they can, not having much of a tailwind coming down to the start-finish line.
Here on screen, you're actually getting a view of the skid pad as well as the ice ramp or ice hill that they have here. Just some of the other amenities at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Charles, this facility is simply gorgeous.
It is, and it's a great afternoon. You saw the shadows on the mountains over there from some cloud cover. Wish the cloud cover would head our way a little more, but it hasn't done so yet today. But anyway, it is a beautiful day, and so happy to be here right now. Cars making their way. They're double file, as you see, heading not sure exactly. I believe they're coming up 15, coming up 16 right now. They'll be coming to our start zone in just a moment. Here they come, ready for the green flag, and Michele puts it in the air. We're heading down toward turn number 1.
They're going to battle side by side down into the heavy braking of turn 1. Raiden Nickel on the inside gets a jump, but right up behind and putting heavy pressure. That is Kevin Clifford as he moves up side by side into turn 3.
Wow, Clifford with a bold move to the inside. Now he's got that right-hander he's got to go to, and then the big left-hand turn. And I believe that's going to be Clifford who's going to take over the top spot. We'll have to check that when they come down here to turn 6.
Other side-by-side action through the pack, but up front, Nickel closes right back in and takes a quick peek by Clifford, but can't make it happen as they charge off turn 6 and head down through the S's of 7 and 8.
Yeah, Clifford is going beyond our view, but thankfully we've got a view from a camera and we can see what's going on as they head down the hill. Those drivers working their way now down into turns 8 and 9 as they head to the left-hander in turn 9.
So the drivers drop out of our view as they go through 12 and 13, but that all-important 14, and then coming up through 15 and sweet 16, here comes our leader hauling down the front straightaway. That's Kevin Clifford holding off Raiden Nickel down into turn 1 as we have other great battles through the pack. So Charles, quite a speed jump from our Spec Miata class.
Yeah, they're turning it on right now. Raiden Nickel doing a great job. Of course, he started on the pole, but now he's able to follow someone who's been behind the wheel of one of these cars a number of times. So now he's getting some experience. He's going to school, so to speak, and learning a little bit about how this car reacts and how the experts, or the guys that have been doing it a while at least, handle those cars. Right now they're going through turn 6, and he's watching that line to make sure he knows what he's got to do to be up top spot.
And we got some side-by-side action into turn 6 for 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. So William Carr, John Pearson, and Michael Gatto all dicing it up as now even a 4th car, Chris Hune, gets into the action.
They're heading down off turn number 7 and working their way through the downhill. And as we talked about earlier with Will, that is a big downhill plummet that they have to go and go back up the hill to 9, 10, and 11, and those turns over in there. So they're working their way now, getting a lot of speed up and having to do a lot of braking as they get to that portion of the racetrack.
So this track definitely used the topography that was here when they started construction, through 2012. Again, as we see Kevin Clifford charge off Sweet 16, Raiden Nickel right in his tire tracks as they zoom by the start-finish line. go hard onto the brakes. Downhill into turn 1 with Nickel closing right up to the rear bumper of Clifford.
There's our battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The 2 black cars heading down there. That is Zach Ping and John Peterson. Also William Carth involved in that battle, as 2nd, 3rd, and 3rd, 4th, and 5th place now clear the lap car that they were working around.
And we got another side-by-side action happening through 3 as they set up for the carousel.
A lot of tire smoke. Oh, man, I tell you what, Nickel locked him up as he came into turn 4 that time, or turn 6 that time.
We do see one car that's come to a stop on the straightaway just outside of turn 1. We're going to try to get a number on that.
I think that's probably the Chris Hune car. He came across the line, but he was a lap down, and now he's fired once again, so at least maybe he can make it back to the paddock area if he can in that car, so at least he's gotten it fired once again. Let's see if he's able to continue on. He might be able to continue to race.
Flash back past the start-finish line. Clifford again holding off Nickel, but Nickel gets right up close, so that youngster's not afraid to learn and be a quick learner right behind Clifford as they head through 2 and 3, and now they're going to set up for that all-important carousel.
Yeah, what surprises me is how far they've distanced themselves from the rest of the field already. Well, I tell you what, Clifford and Nickel are the class of the field right now as they work their way out of turn 4 down into 5. Here they come down to turn 6, the hairpin turn, and Nickel once again trying to get a quick look to the inside on Clifford. Can't do it, but boy, he tightened things up there.
Both drivers getting their right sides up on the curbing there. Nickel was smoother on the brake that time. We didn't see that tire smoke coming out, so got to maintain and preserve your equipment through the 20 minutes so it's there at the finish. As again, 3 cars battling for 3rd, Pearson, Gatto, and Carr.
Well, not only those 3, but we've also got the car behind them that has kind of joined that as well. Nate Davidson in the 139 has also joined that group, so we'll find out how these drivers shake that out as the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th now starts to heat up a little bit.
So cameras here showing our leaders coming off Sweet 16 again, zooming by the front straightaway. Nickel just hanging tough there in 2nd place, learning quickly from Clifford in his maiden voyage out in one of these radical downforce cars as they head up, coming up on some lap traffic through turn 3 and then towards the carousel.
Yeah, he's having trouble with that car. It has spurts where it wants to run and then where it doesn't want to run, so he goes another lap down as he sits up there in turn 4, but it's going to be a while before anybody else catches him. Now he looks like he's back up to speed again. Of course, he's coming down the hill, so that helps quite a bit.
Nickel almost puts his nose to the inside of Clifford, can't quite get alongside, so our top 2 have drawn clear by several seconds over 3rd place as the 3rd, 4th, and 5th are battling through the carousel. Drone cam showing us the action down through 9-10 as now we pick up our 3rd, 4th, and 5th place battle with Pearson leading Gatto and Carr through the heavy braking of turn 6 and then hard on the accelerator through turn 7.
They make their way once again down to turn number 7 and turn 8. We follow them as they make their descent down the hill. There come your leaders once again. I tell you what, those leaders have done a great job of getting away from the rest of the field, and they'll be coming by start finish right here, right now.
On the camera, you can really see how downhill turn 1 is where the cars drop out of view as Nickel takes a quick peek to the inside as they head up to turn 2, but Clifford slams the door.
Wow. Nickel has to fade back just a little then because Clifford was able to pull away, and right now there's about a 3-car length advantage with Clifford over Nickel as they come down the hill toward turn 6 once again.
Gatto right behind Pearson for 3rd place as they head into the heavy braking of turn 1. And then we see our leaders through turn 6. You know what? Nickel's in the point here. So in that action through the carousel, Nickel got by Clifford. So move the youngster to the P1 spot.
How about that? That's pretty cool. I tell you what, your first race out in a car like this to all of a sudden be the leader of this race with such a competitive race going on, kudos to the young man in that car. So up front right now, it's Raiden Nickel as they head off into turns 13 and 14. We see some of our other cars coming around now off turn 6. There's quite a difference between those two leaders up front and our 3rd, 4th, and 5th place machines.
So here we're getting an overhead shot. That's turn 15, our Eau Rouge complex into 16. So they're going to be charging back into our view, Charles, on the front straightaway. And here we see
look at the distance
Nickel
he's put on him.
pulling out about 10 car lengths down into turn 1 over Clifford.
Wow, Raiden has done a superb job in this race. He just set it up just right. He was able to take his time and do what he needed to do to get around our leader, Kevin Clifford. And right now, Raiden Nickel takes it up the hill in turn number 4.
Look at this beautiful shot of the overhead. You can still see the hill and tree, forest structure that they built those turns around. That long turn 14, 15 complex, and then head uphill into 16 where they have one more right-hander and then charged back down across the start-finish line. But now we have Clifford moving in front of Nickel, I believe, there.
Well, it's an outstanding view here of a great place to be watching a race from this afternoon, and we'll have to check those leaders out as they work their way by once again. Still Nickel up front right now in the 79 car as he heads to turn 1, works his way down off of turns 2 into 3. They'll head up to 4 here in just a second. Look at this battle.
Great battle there between Pearson, Gatto, and Carr. As again, we go to the overhead and see them move through the 7, 8, 9 S's and then into that turn 10, downhill into turn 11.
They continue to battle strong there. Look at making up some distance.
As Nickel and Clifford shot by, but the best battle on the track is that battle for third. Gatto trying to get to the inside of Pearson. Let's see if he can get a huge drive off 13, which leads into that sweeping turn 14.
Well, Pearson able to see if he can get a little bit of an advantage over Gatto right now. Pearson has come out to about a 7-car length lead for a while there. Gatto was glued to his back bumper, but here they come working their way up the front to turns 14 and 15, and they come off 16, and look at it. The battle heats up again as they head to turn 1, John.
You have the feeling Gatto's waiting for an opportunity under braking to try to get by Pearson. He couldn't do it that time. Pearson smooth through turn 1 and now accelerates back up into turn 2 and setting up for that all-important carousel.
Our leaders are gone. They are down in the S's, down in 7 and 8, and so they have made their way. Matter of fact, they're heading by right now.
Just a couple car lengths between Pearson and Gatto for third place. So let's see if Gatto will go full send here into 6. He does not. He settles in behind. So we're going to be, we got a close one there as Carr went full send and then thought better of it at the last moment.
Well, Carr looks like he's driving the Batmobile, and he almost made a cool bat move to the inside. We almost had a wham on top of our screen.
Well, that was full send. Again, as Nickel shoots by the start-finish line, he has about a 3-second lead, I'd say, over Clifford, but the best battle continues to be Pearson, Gatto, and Carr. From our drone cam, we see them maneuver through 12 and into 13, and that's going to set up that long, sweeping 14-15 complex.
Well, Raiden Nickel has just checked out right now. He is out front, and he's doing a great job in his first time out in downforce cars. What a superb job he has done this afternoon.
See Nickel coming off turn 6, getting a full drive, and now we pick up 3rd, 4th, and 5th again. Pearson just able to stay ahead of Gatto. Is Gatto going to try maybe some crossover move? He can't, as they're going to charge uphill towards turn 2 in that carousel. So Gatto seems like maybe he's quicker at points, but can't quite get a good exit to set up a pass on Pearson.
Well, it seems like that the Gatto, his closest opportunity to do anything is down in 10 and 11, 12 and 13 in that area. That's where he seems to pick up some distance on the car of Pearson. But right now in turns 1 and the hairpin down in 4, in 6, he just can't seem to make up any ground.
We really see Carr drive it deep into turn 6, but lose a lot of momentum coming off. So as they charge through 7, 8, 9 and into that left-hander at 10, we see Gatto draw close again, as you were saying, to Pearson.
He's right up on his back bumper. Look at this. He's making a quick move to the inside. He's got the advantage right now as they head through the S's. What's he going to be able to do? They go through turn 13, 14 as they're heading down right now down that little short chute to head toward the big sweeper in 13, 14.
So Gatto with a great bold move into turn 12 to get inside of Pearson for third place, and now he's coming up through that left-right complex that simulates Eau Rouge, and he's going to charge down the front straightaway with just about 7 minutes left. So move Gatto up to third place ahead of Pearson.
That was a cool move that time. He'd just been biding his time so patiently, and that's where he was fastest on the racetrack, so he was able to move that car up to third spot right now. Unless we have a caution, I don't think he's got anything for positions 1 and 2, but we'll see how that goes. Leaders working into turn number 4 to the big carousel. On top of the hill, highest point of the racetrack right now. That's where the leaders are.
But a continued best battle on the track. Now Carr trying to get by Pearson as they charge out of turn 6.
And I was wrong. Our leaders are just now in the front straightaway.
And head through the S's. So let's see if Pearson can return the favor that Gatto had. But Gatto's, again, he seems to do well through that 10, 11, 12 complex. And he's able to hold just enough distance so that Pearson can't try a braking move down into 12.
Yeah, and he's starting to increase that margin that he's got right now for third position. So Clifford is in second trying to chase down Nickel. Gatto has got that lead in third of that three-tier group of cars with Gatto, Pearson, and Carr as they make their way toward our start-finish line once again.
That's right. They're charging up through 15 and 16, and now they'll hit maximum velocity as they cross the start-finish line. Gatto's pulled out a little bit of an advantage over Pearson. Now he just has to lay down consistent laps to maintain that podium spot to the finish.
We have just about 5 minutes left in this for the drivers, so they are clicking off laps at about a minute 22, something like that, at least for the leaders, and some of the others very close to that. It's not too many seconds off the top spot, but about a minute 22. So roughly 3 laps left to go in this race, I would say.
Well, that sounds about right. So for third place Gatto, just to maintain consistency as we see our leaders, again, shoot down the front straightaway, working through some slower cars. So all through that important turn 1 ride, Nickel has a comfortable lead over Kevin Clifford. He got a slow start. Took him a couple laps to get by Clifford, but now he is clear by just over 3 seconds.
Well, John, I can't wait for your interview with Raiden Nickel. It looks like that is impending here in a few minutes. And I tell you what, it's going to be interesting to see what that young man's got to say. What a great job he's done this afternoon, and I know you're looking forward to interviewing him.
Well, let's not cash the checks yet. It's hot. It's important to hit all your marks. It could be so easy to go off course on this technical Atlanta Motorsports Park facility. So Nickel needs to hit his marks on every corner around this just shy of 2-mile facility.
Well, I would say regardless of whether he wins or not, you should get a few words for that young man.
I'll see what I can do.
All right, here come our leaders. Look at this battle going on down in the S's. I believe that may be a lap car that's actually gotten past down there, but we did have a battle going on side by side. Awaiting our leaders to come back to start finish once again. They should be heading off turn 16 here very quickly. And there we come.
There goes Nickel. Just after drivers cross that start finish line, they go hard on the brakes because it's downhill into turn 1. Nickel has that wired, so one less turn between him and an eventual checkered flag as we're counting down about 3 minutes left in our first radical feature of round 6 of our summer season.
Well, Nickel is in the carousel right now. He is up there working the carousel off turn 4, off turn 5, actually down through that little slight right-hander toward the big right-hander in turn 4. He locked up the brakes one time earlier today. That's the only flaw we've seen in his entire day, and that wasn't anything that was serious.
So it looks like both of our top 2 have gotten by some slower cars. That was William Layton they passed. So Clifford can see out his front windshield, Nickel, but with the twists and turns, Nickel is running away and hiding with race number 1 of our radical feature here.
That battle for third, fourth, and fifth with Gatto, Pearson, and Carr looks like that has almost gotten to the point where they're about equally spaced right now. Gatto has a little bit of an advantage over Pearson and Carr. And, of course, Carr's back about 6 car lengths behind Pearson, but they are working the carousel now over in turn 4.
Here on the shot up through 15 and 16 comes our leader, 13-year-old Raiden Nickel again. And then hard on the binders down into turn 1 as our cameras switched. Again, that best battle on the track is for 4th and 5th. Pearson leads Carr, but Carr can't quite get close enough except for that one full send he did into turn 6 several laps ago.
John, we noticed these cars have brake lights on them, and it's been very interesting to see that with the guys up front, with Nickel and with Clifford, they seem to put their brakes on about maybe 20 feet or so past start finish. And you see these other guys, by the time we can see their brake lights, they're already on. So that tells you how much further into the corner these guys are driving that are up front before they're actually getting to their brake point.
So we're following Raiden Nickel as he goes through the S's 7, 8, and 9, and then he's going to dip down into turn 10. So smooth for that youngster as we're looking at that clock, Charles. I see just about 1 minute left, so we may just have just about a lap and a half until we'll see that checkered flag as Nickel is through turn 12, 13, and now he's going to be full gas through 14 and up into 15.
Yeah, they may throttle control. They don't do any braking action, but they might do a little throttle control through that little S heading up to 16, but then it's wide open as they head down toward turn 1. And as we mentioned, this braking point that Will was telling us about, they have those markers so they know when to brake. And there you see him putting the brakes on about 30 or 40 feet or so.
That's right. White flag is up from our starter, McKaylee Christian. So one more time around, a little less than 2 miles. I think at this point, Raiden Nickel just needs to hit his marks, keep it on the pavement, and he will win race number 1 on our Radicals this morning.
Well, it's going to be exciting to hear from him as we presume he is going to be our winner. As you say, don't count those chickens, but anyway, here they come off turn number 6, heading down toward turn 7, and he can almost coast to a victory at this point. It's hard to coast on a track that has this much elevation. It's not like a track where they can coast halfway around the track that we see sometimes.
I don't think you'd coast because 12 and 13 is really the bottom, and then from there it is a big climb till they get back to our start-finish line. So if a driver had a problem, they may not see the start-finish line, but no problems for Raiden Nickel as he's working through the back half of the course, and before we know it, he's going to come off Sweet 16 and see the most treasured flag in racing.
That's right. That's the battle for third, fourth, and fifth that has just come under the white flag. But Raiden Nickel is going to come by right now, and the checkered flag will fly for him in just a second as he makes his way through those final corners and heads down that front straightaway. And here he comes. The young man gets his first ever win in downforce cars. 13 years old. What an outstanding youngster he is, and what a great race he put on here this afternoon. So we will see if we can get hold of him. John will be down to interview him in just a moment. Our battles for second, third, and fourth, man, they're right there in front of us right now. Or for third, fourth, and fifth, I should say. They are making their way down into turn 7, so let's follow the action with them as they go into the S's and the downhill section of the course before they make their way back up. So it'll be a moment before they get here. Raiden Nickel has been proclaimed the winner in the 79. The 138 is Kevin Clifford. He has already crossed the line. Now we've got our third, fourth, and fifth place battle going on. When they came by our vantage point, it was Gatto in third, Pearson in fourth, and Carr in fifth. There comes your battle. It's Gatto, who actually came into second spot. Pearson in third and Carr in fourth. The 138 car wound up coming into the paddock area early, so Kevin Clifford had a problem with his car, so the 138 on that final lap did not get to finish it on the racetrack. John Matthews will be down with our winner, Raiden Nickel, in just a moment. He'll be pulling into victory lane, or our makeshift victory lane here today, and John will get a word with him and maybe some of our other drivers as well.
So, Charles, I am down here in the paddock. Raiden Nickel is taking off his equipment. So, Raiden, it didn't go your way in the Spec Miata race. How does it feel climbing out of this Radical knowing you took the checkers first?
Well, the Radical was fun. It was definitely different from the Miata. It was definitely different. I mean, they're relatively similar when it comes to driving, which made it easy to adapt and learn in the Radical. So, taking the checkered, I mean, it felt good.
And now, and this is your first time actually racing in a Radical, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is. So I'm still learning, still having fun, and hope to get first in the second race.
All right, now, I've heard you're 13 years old, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so what were you doing, say, yesterday before you got to the track here? What were you doing yesterday? I can imagine it's just a normal school day, right?
Yeah, yesterday was definitely a normal school day. I was very excited.
And so what do your classmates think, or when you go in Monday morning and they ask you, hey, what do you do this weekend?
Gonna tell them I drove a Radical.
All right, is there anyone you want to thank for helping you get down to take the checkers today?
I thank Adrian. I thank the entire Primal team. I thank my mom, my dad, my sister for supporting me, and the overall experience.
All right, well, I'm going to send it back up to Charles, but the future is now with our winner of Radical Race #1, Raiden Nickel.
I tell you what, it's great to hear from Raiden Nickel. What a great job he did, an outstanding job on the racetrack as well as his interview. Well, folks, we've got an hour and a half roughly break, so we'll be back at 1:45 with our Spec Miatas back on track. It's lunchtime right now, so enjoy yourself for the next hour and a half or so, and we'll see you back on track at 1:45 for the Spec Miatas. Thanks to John Matthews for our Victory Lane interviews today. We'll have more coming up from the two of us. Will Rigdon will join us again in the afternoon sessions.
All right, attention all drivers, all drivers. Lunch will be served from 12:30 to 1:30. You can go ahead and make your way up to the showroom. Go ahead and get your lunch. Bring your meal ticket with you. But lunch will be from 12:30 to 1:30, at which point we will open the grid back up for Miatas. So right now we are on break. Lunch is from 12:30 to 1:30, and then grid opens back up at 1:30.
what we're like right now.
Well, it's hot. I mean, there's really no other way to shape it than that, Charles. If I'm not even going to tell you what the temperature is because it's all of it, and that's just sort of a typical summer day here.
It's 212 degrees, right?
It might be that warm. Where we're broadcasting from up on the roof, it definitely is a warm day. I'll say this, Charles, a little more cloud cover popping, so maybe we'll catch some shade. It'd be interesting to see if some shade moves over part of the track and not parts, if that affects the handling. I'm definitely looking forward to this second race. The race earlier today, these Spec Miatas put on just a heck of a race program where we had Michael Gannon in a legend, and he was the class and the only legend out there. But behind him, Jose Garcia, Keith Williamson, and Raiden Nickel put on a show with Jose Garcia, finishing second overall, first in the Miatas. But then Raiden Nickel turns around, gets out of the Miata, hopped into one of the Radicals, and he dusted the field, winning that 20-minute race handily.
I liked your interview with him when you asked him, are you truly 13 years old? And he said, yes, sir. And he didn't. His voice has changed. It didn't even sound like a 13-year-old. But congratulations to him on a great win.
Well,
My favorite – oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
He's going to have some stories Monday morning for his classmates at school.
Certainly. That's certainly one of those bookmark weekends for him. Now, one of the great things that we did during our lunch break here today was you and I got a tour of the racetrack. And the most exciting part is really not the part that we can see from our vantage point. It's the parts we can't see. Turns 9 and 10, turn 12. My goodness, what a great portion of the track that is. And then coming up through 13 and 14 to set yourself up for the 15-16 sweep. I was amazed at what's over there.
And except for the front straightaway, there is almost no flat ground on this track. Some of the camera angles that go down the front straightaway, you see the cars disappear as they go steeply down into turn 1. But then you're right back uphill into turn 2, downhill to turn 3, and then up and downhill through the carousel. And you're right. Once you drive through turn 11, you're so steeply downhill. And then you turn 90 degrees in turn 12, steeply uphill. You can't even see turn 13 ahead. You're just trusting that there's no problem there. And then turn 13 goes sharply to the left and drops away. So a driver coming through 12 cannot see what's ahead of them. So a lot of elevation change. And then from there, since what goes down or what goes up must come down. Well, they've dropped all that elevation, and then turns 15 and 16, they're going to climb back up to the front straightaway.
It is a wonderful race course. We're proud to be here this afternoon. Remember, cart rental is always available for you to come and check out the carts here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. That's something you can do, and we've seen a lot of folks on carts today, and that's another exciting little racetrack we had a chance to witness earlier.
Yeah, a lot of elevation change there. Charles and I were able to go by and see turn number 2, and it's a steep downhill where suddenly the track just drops away, and some of the, I'll say, professional cars were catching some air over that. And then it's right into a heavy braking U-turn. So you might catch it, viewers, as the show goes on. You might see these are now, at this point, arrive and drive. So anybody off the street can come up here and drive a cart that goes 55 miles an hour on that challenging 0.85-mile course.
Yeah, you see our primal safety car out in front of the group of drivers right now as the Spec Miatas are on the track. We got one BMW out there in the midst of all these other guys as well. But they're going to be coming to green here in just a moment. We'll get things underway for our 20-minute run in the Spec Miatas in our second group of Miata racing this afternoon. Well, second group of the day, first group of the afternoon, to actually clarify things.
Now, the rules say that the finishing order from race 1 determines the lineup for race 2, so that should mean Jose Garcia will be on our pole.
Safety car takes him down into turns 12, 10, 11, 12 in that area right now. And again, through that sweeping turn 12, man, what a great, that would be a signature turn if we could actually see it. It's so much like turn 4, but the elevation is so much different in that one.
Right, well, and you talk about signature turns, Charles. Turn 4 is based on the carousel at Nürburgring, and turns 15 and 16, that complex mimics the Eau Rouge corners at the Spa course used for the Belgian Grand Prix, which Fernando Alonso has said is the most beautiful corner in all of racing.
Well, this one mimics it pretty closely, I would say, in every aspect.
And we were just driving around in a test car, not quite at the speed of the drivers here. the uphill creates such loading that at the bottom of the hill, drivers are getting pressed down into their seats. And when they come up 16, where they are here, all that G-loading unloads, and they're almost floating out of the seat.
Yeah, they're working their way now down the front straightaway, just about ready for McKaylee Christian to wave the green flag. She does. We're underway as they head to that steep downhill toward turn 1, John.
Keith Williamson on the inside with Raiden Nickel in the 93 on the outside. They're going to stick side by side through turn 1. Nickel on the outside maybe gets a better run heading up towards turn 2, and he is a half a car length ahead of Williamson.
Well, don't you think that Raiden Nickel has a little more confidence right now after his great run in the downforce cars? So he might have a little bit of an advantage as far as his confidence is concerned.
They're still too wide through the carousel, so I don't know what kind of off-camber experience you get running the outside of the carousel, as that number 11 car, Kyle Haney, finished 4th earlier, and he's right bumper to bumper with Williamson for 2nd place.
Williamson and Haney are out there. They're followed by the number 85. That is Blakely Fabiani, who has moved up to 4th spot right now.
See Jose Garcia out there. He was the winner of race number 1 this morning, so he's missing from this group. That's giving Nickel and Haney an opportunity. As you can see here on camera, that's turn 11 downhill and then sharply up into turn number 12 as we're seeing our drone cam, and then around that 13 where it drops steeply back downhill and starts a long sweeping left-hander, where these Miatas right now, they're going flat out on the gas.
They'll be coming down to start-finish here in just a moment as they work their way up turns 15 and 16, and we'll find out if Mr. Raiden is still in the top spot, and he is in the 93 car. Keith Williamson is 2nd in the 64. Kyle Haney in the 11 is 3rd. Garcia is shown in the 00 car as in our 4th place right now. Blakely Fabiani is in the 85 car, and he rounds out the top 5. So Fabiani has faded just a little bit, but he's got a good race going on right now.
So through the carousel, our leaders go. Nickel has drawn clear of Williamson and Haney. In the first race, no one could draw clear. It was a cluster of 3 or 4 Miatas at the front. Maybe Nickel picked something up in that radical race to gain a little extra speed in his Miatas. They're hard on the brakes into turn 6.
Well, we noted in the radical race that he was he locked the brakes up at least once down there in turn 6. However, I think he may have learned a little something, because he's been very smooth through these laps so far in this race, and I think that may have given him a little more expertise in that corner.
We're seeing even some cars not just dicing it up off turn 6 with some crossover moves, as now they're through that sharp turn 11 downhill and then uphill steeply through turn 12. That's why it looks slower. It's such a steep hill. And right about where the cars are now, that's where the track drops away downhill through 13, setting up that double apex through the sweeping 14.
And we've got the Blakely Fabiani car trying to take a look to the inside. Got a pass going on now. It's Garcia working on Haney, it looks like, right there as they come off turn 14, I believe that is, into 15. Let's see what happens when they come down to the line right now and we have our leaders coming to start-finish.
Well, just the only flat land, and it's Raiden Nickel continues to lead over Williamson and Haney, and we got some cars all wide off the track. Jose Garcia up to 4th. He started further in this pack, and he has moved his way quickly up to 4th.
You know, you might wonder why there are the rumble strips and the roll-off area coming off 16 onto that front straightaway. Doesn't look like that would be an area that would be utilized that much. But as we found in our trip around with Will earlier today, that you're carrying a lot of speed coming off 16, and a lot of those cars do drift, just like we saw Fabiani do a second ago.
Because you're going uphill and then the hill flattens out, so all the G loading goes out of the car, and literally the car wants to take flight as we see our leaders rolling through turn 6. Another very technical entry there. Raiden Nickel continues to lead over Keith Williamson. Car on the move right now is that 00 of Jose Garcia. He was late to the grid, and that's why he didn't start on the pole, so he has some ground to make up as we have about 16 minutes left in our race.
Well, we still see a good battle going on between Bill Miller in the 5 and Blakely Fabiani in the 85 car. Those two cars are battling it out right now. They head down into the turn there as they get set up for turn 13 or 14. We got one off track there. That's at turn.
That's in turn 12.
Turn 12. Yeah, it looks like it might be one of the guys who was up near the front. John can't make out exactly
yeah, we
who that is.
can't quite make out. I don't think it was Raiden Nickel. He seemed to get clear through, but then one of the cars just pulled off, and we'll have to see if that might bring.
There's Nickel. He's coming by, so he is clear.
Okay. And then that's Williamson also coming by. Here's a great camera angle. You can see how much turn one drops away, where the cars drop out of view. All right, third place was Jose Garcia, so it was Kyle Haney is the car that unfortunately came to a halt just off turn 12.
Well, it's young Raiden Nickel over in the carousel right now in turn 4. He's coming off turn 5 and heading down toward the signature turn 6 hairpin as he works his way there. Got quite a lead over Keith Williamson right now. And all he's got to do, just like in the downforce race, he's just got to run his race, hit his marks, and everything looks like it may be good for him.
Well, that sounds easy, but it's not easy with all the elevation change and corners. Got a great cluster of cars coming into turn 6 right now. Looks like Blakely Fabiani, William Kring, and Scott Carlisle dicing it up.
Well, Fabiani was battling with Bill Craig, with Bill Miller up there earlier, and now he's faded back just a little bit, so he's got some pressure from behind at this point.
So just getting a view of, unfortunately, Kyle Haney's day looks to be done as he's pulled off just to the side of turn 12 as our leaders stream by.
And the camera angle does not do justice to the elevation change there. It's amazing to see that elevation change when they're going up that hill into turn 12.
Caution flag is out for the disabled car of Kyle Haney off turn 12, so safety crews will be getting over to help him as our starter McKaylee Christian holds up the yellow flags.
Let's set the running order for you right now. It's Raiden Nickel in the 93, who's your leader. Keith Williamson is second in the 64. Jose Garcia, as you mentioned, having to start in the rear and work his way through, has now climbed up to third spot in the 00, and this will be good for him. It'll tighten the field up. So all of that advantage that the two guys up front had will now be gone, and Garcia's right there on their back bumper.
Well, that's right. Garcia is the ultimate benefactor of this caution. He will start right behind Keith Williamson, so he was probably a second behind on the course, which could take several laps to make up. Now he gets a freebie, so to speak.
Yeah.
Now he has to cash that in and try
to
get by.
the road course version of the lucky dog, I guess.
Yeah.
Bill Miller's right behind him in the 5 car. Then Blakely Fabiani is in the 85 following him. Good race going on from William Kring, who you talked to a little earlier down there, the 91. Scott Carlisle in the 54 is also back there. And, of course, joining the field is the lone BMW on the field right now, the number 54 car.
And I'd say that's
Carlisle.
an 80s BMW, real classic-looking machine. From talking with Kring, he has one of those cool suits on, and it's got to be 90 degrees.
Do they rent
up
those?
here.
I'd like to have one of those.
Yeah, it's 90 degrees here. It has to be well over 100 inside those automobiles. To have that little bit of respite from the heat must help them focus on the task at hand so that they're on the brakes when they need to, shifting when they need to. That it might look easy on TV, but this is a very technical road course here at Atlanta Motorsports
So
Park.
the question today is, if you're in a historic car, which has all of its original factory faculties in it, do you run the air conditioning while you're out there or not?
I think the air conditioner is going to take the power away from the engine, so you're going to shut it off.
I doubt they have that implementation on there, but anyway.
In
I
fact,
thought it was a neat thought anyway.
you may run the heat to take heat out of the engine so you don't overheat. So talk about a pressure cooker situation as we see our safety vehicles tending to Kyle Haney.
The EVs.
EV, okay.
The emergency vehicles. Is that what he called them, the EVs? I think that was the official terminology they used, was EV at that point.
So 89 sweltering degrees here in Dawsonville. Charles, I'm sure that's a factoid you could have done without knowing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Weatherman.
Yeah.
As we have noted on occasion, anybody that has followed anything I've been doing in the last 2 years knows that John Matthews is my buddy from, I call him the buddy from the Weather Channel. He's actually another arm of the Weather Channel that split off at some point at weather.com. And whenever you go to your weather app, he's the guy that writes the programs and tells you what the weather's going to be.
Here comes the hate emails, Charles. Here they're coming. I will say, we will run these races rain or shine. At least it doesn't look like we're going to have the rain part today. It looks like it's just going to be shine and more shine here in Dawsonville, Georgia.
Well, I've been here during one rain race that they had on a Saturday, and as long as there was no flooding on the track and causing a real problem with skidding, and as long as lightning wasn't in the area, we just kept on rolling. So there are a couple of caveats there that they will stop the race for, but not very many at all.
On these Miatas, typically are running, they're not slicks out there. They're street legal. Maybe there's some sort of racing tire, but they have grooves in them, so they should be able to go wet or dry. But I believe we're going to stay dry as you look across the sky here. Lots of clouds popping up on this humid day, lots of haze. The mountains are just starting to fade, but definitely a gorgeous facility here just outside of Dawsonville, Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And if you happen to watch the NASCAR races, one of the road courses, it was either the Circuit of the Americas or whichever one had the rain. I've forgotten which one it was.
That was Circuit of the Americas.
Circuit of the Americas, yeah. NASCAR thought they were going to be able to put a wiper on there and take care of things, and man, there was just so much, I guess you call it fog, spray from the other cars that came up that the guys just couldn't see. They had no idea what was going on, and that became an issue there. So I think NASCAR has decided a little better about the use of their rain tires when they have a situation like that. But no rain is in the forecast for us today, at least not during the daytime hours when we'll be here. Now tonight may be another story.
Charles, you were talking about Circuit of the Americas. Herman Tilke designed Circuit of the Americas. He also designed this facility right here, and it's the only two tracks in the United States that he has designed. So interesting race at Circuit of the Americas, a lot of elevation change. Same here, taking advantage of those hills of North Georgia to create, use that use the topography, leverage it to create this technical course for our drivers.
Well, it is certainly a beautiful facility. They'll be coming by here in just a moment. They're working their way now down through the 13, 14, 15 area. They'll be coming up 15 and 16 here in a moment. We'll get ready for, let's see, I believe the caution flags are still displayed, but I think I saw the lights off on the safety car, so that may mean we're going to green this time by. We'll just have to see what comes from our flag stand and our chief official starter, Michaela Christian, here in just a moment. So we are going green, just confirmed that we'll be going green this time by.
Okay, and they're going to have just about 8 minutes left in this race, and then coming up after this, if Nickel stays where he is, then he'll be jumping over into that Radical to try to rinse and repeat.
Boy, you talk about needing a cool suit. That young man's going to be running 4 races out of the 4 races here today. He's going to need that cool suit for sure.
That's right. Ryan Nickel comes off turn 16. He's going to get ready to ramp it up. As you see them on the only flat part, the front straightaway here on our Spec Miatas, nose to tail. We're back under green flag racing at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And Fabiani pulls out, trying to make something happen on the outside as they go down to turn 1. Now, how's he going to handle this on the outside of the racetrack? They go too wide, too deep back in that too wide position.
Jose Garcia made a nice pass on Williamson there, so move Garcia up to P2, and now he has to set his sights on Nickel, our leader.
Yeah, I tell you what, if Nickel's got an opportunity for somebody to get past him, or if another driver has an opportunity, it's going to be Garcia in that 00 as he now comes off turn 4. Look at him coming down.
Yeah, we got one car in the wall through the carousel. Let me try to get my binoculars and see the number.
Well, he's able to get under his own power once again.
54 of Scott Carlisle taking a tough corner there through the carousel. Well, Michael, I thought I saw 54. I could be wrong. Let's see when he comes around the track. Let's also see if he has any damage on this Miata. Went wide in the carousel, and it is the number 54 car.
54s on the racetrack.
Great shots from our drone cam here. Will Rigdon doubles as an announcer and our drone controllers. We see Raiden Nickel leading, holding a safe lead, at least for the moment, over Jose Garcia as he comes off turn 16 and powers back down the front straightaway.
Great shot of Nickel there as he came up 15 and 16, and he's got Garcia not able to close in. I tell you what, Nickel has started pulling away quite a bit right now, so that's a good sign for Raiden Nickel here as the minutes start to wind down. We're only 6 minutes away from the end of this one, and Raiden Nickel has expanded his lead over Jose Garcia.
1.5 seconds is the distance, so the next time around we'll have to see if Garcia is able to chomp into that lead or if Nichols can extend it. Right now we do have a side-by-side battle through the carousel. That is our 4th and 5th places. It looks like Bill Miller's moving to the inside of Fabiani.
Well, they have got a great battle going on. Fabiani now takes his place behind Bill Miller as they head over into turn number 6. Let's see if Fabiani's able to do anything there. That is a passing zone, but it wasn't for Fabiani. He had to go right in the tire tracks of Miller, and just behind him, William Kring is in the 91 car. He rounds out the 6th position of our race right now.
Here we see drone cam from that very technical uphill turn 12, and then just out of view, they're going to dump back down almost like a roller coaster, Charles, through 13, and then flat on the gas through that sweeping exit into turn 14.
As they finish that turn right there, you see the 54 car going through there, the BMW. There's your leader, full couple of turns ahead of that, as Raiden Nickel brings it up 15 and down into 16. Here he comes down the front straightaway, the fastest part of the racetrack, and there comes Nickel across start finish once again. We've actually completed 9 laps now.
1.9 seconds the distance, so Nickel added 0.4 of a second. He is pulling away, and with just coming up on 4 minutes left, there might only be 3 or 4 more laps. So Nickel doing what he needs to do here in race number 2 of our Spec Miata class.
Well, Garcia's got a pretty good battle going on with Keith Williamson. He's about 4 or 5 car lengths behind him, but he's certainly in the purview of getting up to Garcia in these laps that are closing in. But we still got a good battle going on back there also for 4th and 5th spot between Bill Miller, who just got by Blakely Fabiani a little while ago. So it's Miller in the 5 car, Fabiani in the 85 as they head down to turn 6. So let's see what the braking action goes like there. They set the cars, they stay, man, right in each other's tire tracks as they come off turn 6.
That number 11 car just behind Bill Kring, that is Kyle Haney. So he had problems earlier. Appears that he's back on track and has things righted.
You see Miller now with a little bit of an advantage over Fabiani. They get ready to head to turn 12. Coming off 11, they go awfully wide off 11. Fabiani is closed in on him. Look at this. Fabiani's right behind him as they head down to turn 12. Let's see if he's going to make something move and something happen there.
So the cars are paired up like an old square dance there, Charles, as they're coming through 13 and heading to 14. As we go back to our leader, Raiden Nickel, the man on a mission as he's heading back down the front straightaway. Let's see what his lead is extended to as he hits that maximum speed on the front straightaway. 2.3 seconds, so the young man is pulling away, adding about 0.4 of a second per lap.
Well, he's still doing a fantastic job as he works his way through turn 3 right now, heading up to the carousel in turn 4. And Garcia is back. As you mentioned, that distance is continuing to grow as Raiden Nickel continues to show the way here this afternoon. He did it in the Radical cars, and he's doing it here in the Miatas also.
Unfortunate break for Kyle Haney stopping earlier. He actually got past Bill Kring on the track, but it doesn't count for position because he was at least 1 lap down. As here we are focused in on that battle for second. Jose Garcia was able to get past Williamson on the restart, but hasn't really drawn clear since that time.
Well, and I'm still watching that battle right there between Bill Miller and Blakely Fabiani. Those 2 drivers have been going at it pretty hot and heavy, but Fabiani now about 3 car lengths back. Our drivers making their way to turn 12 once again. There you see the leader going into 12. There's the Garcia-Williamson battle. Williamson goes down on the rumble strips a little below Garcia. He tries to hook the inside line also off 13.
Yeah, those rumble strips will really upset the car if you get too far into them. They're sort of double tiered here. We saw that on our drive around. If you get to that inner set of rumble strips, your car and your own body will be taking quite a pounding. But so far, Raiden Nickel has been smooth, not using too much of those rumble strips as he comes off sweet 16 and heads back down the front straightaway.
Here he comes by. 11 laps complete. White flag is in the air, so it's one more time around. And now Garcia and Williamson. Boy, a strong battle.
Hard on the brakes. Williamson to the inside. I see some smoke. He had locked it up. But Garcia fires back on the outside, headed uphill into turn 2. So Garcia fends off Williamson, at least for 1 corner.
Well, that white flag does something to the adrenaline flow, I think. Garcia and Williamson, a big battle going on. Look at Williamson glued to that bumper as they go up in turn 4, working their way by there. Garcia still has the lead, but turn 6 is coming up, John.
Down into turn 6, it's downhill, and Nickel is on the brakes, smooth through it, but for second place, Williamson can't quite get close enough to go full send, so Garcia holds off on one of the last best passing places for second right now.
Well, I got a feeling that these two drivers are going to be battling it out, and that's going to give a little bit of breathing room to Raiden Nickel, as he has a little bit of distance between him and those two cars, and they are certainly battling it out for position, so I guess he's pretty glad that that's going on right now. Nickel is ahead. Now you see our drivers going into turn 12. They work their way down through there. It's still Garcia and Williamson battling strong for that second and third place spot, John.
Well, podium places are on the line as well, Charles, not just for this race, but there's basically a point system between the two races. So Nickel, Garcia, and Williamson all still in contention, as we see coming off turn sweet 16 and rolling down the front straightaway. Raiden Nickel sees the checkered flags, and he wins race number 2 of our Spec Miata.
And Garcia is able to hold off Williamson, so congratulations to Jose as he gets by Keith Williams, or continues his quest around Keith Williamson there at the end. Bill Miller will finish in 4th. Blakely Fabiani gets 5th. William Crane is 6th in the 91, followed by Scott Carlisle in the 54, and that will do it for our Spec Miatas as they're on their cool-down lap right now. John Matthews is going down. He'll be talking with Raiden Nickel again here in just a few moments as they work their way toward the paddock area. We'll have downforce cars coming out in just a few moments. They'll be bringing those Radical cars out onto the racetrack, so we'll get them out and set to go. And there's Carlisle just now comes by in his historic BMW, as he is part of this field of Miatas today, added to their class as well. Good racing going on. You see those two guys that came through the inner circle there just a moment ago, and it's Garcia and Williamson. They put on a great race. Fabiani and Miller, also a great race between the two of them, with Miller prevailing in that deal between 4th and 5th spot. Fabiani at one point had it. Miller got by him about halfway through this race and was able to hang on to 4th position. Jose Garcia did not get to the staging area in time. He had to start in the rear, and for him, he worked his way up to 2nd position. Thought that maybe that caution that came out might tighten the field up and give him an opportunity to battle against Raiden Nickel, but he did not have that chance. Nickel was just too strong throughout this race. Just a moment, John Matthews is down in the paddock area, and he'll be with our winner, Raiden Nickel, for his second interview of the day. He'll talk to him in just a few moments, and we'll find out how he thought this race went in the Miata as he prepares to get back into the downforce car. He's working his way down the pit out area right now, so Raiden Nickel in the 93 car comes by there. He'll be coming into the pit area there. They roll in there. There's Garcia, also Williamson, Miller, and the rest of the field coming into the paddock area. So they will be taking their spots in their respective areas for a quick little look at their cars. And John Matthews is standing by. He'll be talking with Raiden Nickel in just a moment.
As I am down here in the paddock with our winner of Miata Spec Race number 2. Ryden Nickel taking off his safety equipment. He has to do a quick, almost Superman routine as he will be racing in just moments in our radical downforce class. Ryden, how did it feel out there this time in your Spec Miata?
Spec Miata felt good. The race was good, clean, consistent. The safety car did have me worried for a second. I didn't think I'd be able to keep the lead, but luckily everything went to plan, and I was able to pull it off.
All right, well, congratulations. I know you got to rest up because you got another 20-minute work session coming, but maybe we'll see you in 20 minutes or after that 20-minute race too.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, good luck. I'm going to make my way down victory lane, maybe catch a word with some of the other drivers in our Spec Miata class. I hear the 00 finished second place in this race, Jose Garcia. Jose, tough start this time. Decent recovery to get second. Did you have anything for Ryden?
I figured the gap in the beginning was what hurt me. Had I been, next to him on the start, we would have battled and it would have been fun for both of us. So I'm sorry if it was boring for him. But yeah, I had a hard fight with middle fielders for a little bit. That also slowed me down quite a bit. Had to make evasive maneuver on turn 1.
Well, it looks like you had quite a battle with Keith Williamson on the restart. But again, on that last lap, I saw lots of tire smoke. It looks like Williamson was on the inside, but you just stuck to your guns on the outside into turn 1.
Yeah, it was make it or break it at that point. No more chances. I've already given enough.
So, Jose, will add up the points. We might be seeing you on the podium later this afternoon. So, congratulations.
Thank you.
So thanks to John Matthews for getting a couple of interviews down there with Ryden Nickel and also with Jose Garcia. Garcia talking about his hard battle with Keith Williamson in that race. And that last lap, boy, I tell you, it was outstanding to see those two drivers battling it very, very hard as they went down to turn 1, locking the brakes up and trying to see if they could maneuver around each other. It was still Garcia who prevailed for second spot. But as Jose said, sorry it was a boring race for Ryden Nickel because it did seem like he had a handy lead and throughout most of that race. Again, Garcia handicapped just a little because of having to start in the rear, but he did work his way back up to second position, and that was quite a feat to come through all of those cars and get back to that spot. And that was an outstanding job. We thought the caution flag that came out there about halfway through the race might have allowed Garcia to have something for Nickel on the restart and have something for him because he did get to gain a lot of ground as far as the distance between those two cars was concerned, but it wasn't something that played into his advantage toward the late part of the race as Nickel still had an opportunity to go around and take that top spot and go to the win here this afternoon. That was the Spec Miatas. We've got our downforce cars coming out in just a moment. The primal downforce cars will be on the racetrack, and we will see Ryden Nickel take his place in one of those cars as well as we get set to go racing with the downforce cars coming up here in just a few moments. Well, Atlanta Motorsports Park is a great facility. Not only do we have these fantastic racetracks, and I say tracks because there are two of them. There's the kart track and there's also the car track that we're watching our action on this afternoon. But look at that outstanding pool area. Lots of amenities for the folks, little putting green over there, all kinds of great things for the members here to enjoy. If you are interested, if you like sports cars, if you like the finer things in life, you need to contact the folks at Atlanta Motorsports Park because it is one fine facility. There you see the parking area over to the paddock area where the cars are located during race time. And most of these cars are garaged here. They have permanent garages here on an annual basis, and we'll see some of those garages come into play. A few come in just for the weekend, like you see that one in the hauler or the trailer that's there, but most of them are in the buildings off to the right and to the left. And if you look down further, you see the skid pad. Not a lot of racetracks have a skid pad like that. That's for drivers to practice how their car gets out of sorts. They flood that thing with water, and all of a sudden it becomes like an ice bowl, I guess you would say. And the drivers have an opportunity to get down there on the ice pad and the slick pad and the skid pad and slide around and enjoy what they can about their handling of the race car without having to worry about going into a guardrail and tearing them up on the wall. So that is a good thing to have here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Well, Charles, some of the other amenities they have here, Class A conference rooms, if you want to have some sort of business meeting, driving schools. Imagine being 16 years old, you get your permit and come learn to drive here. Or we were hearing that they have stunt driving schools here as well. So all kinds of different classes, different opportunities now as we're starting to see a cloud roll in and some shade over turn 6 and turns 1. So not quite sure how that will impact the race later, but this is a beautiful facility. We see that they're building some condos off turn 1, so you could make this your home. Have a garage for your race car, and then walk over to your house at the end of the night. And
we're taking a look at the kart track right now, and that's an outstanding facility as well. We had an opportunity this afternoon to watch some of the more expert drivers, and when I say expert drivers in karts, I'm talking about 13-year-olds that are expert drivers, but that is the case. And they were having a photo opportunity, and they were making the most of it, John, in that photo op coming off turn number 2.
Well, right now we're catching a little bonus coverage, I guess, here. This is some of the arrive and drives and the karts that will go, they say, 55 miles an hour. And that turn right there, it doesn't look it, but that's turn 2, a hairpin turn, steeply downhill into the corner. And that's where some of those expert drivers were catching air, because right about where those cars are now, the ground drops steeply away. So the cars just literally keep on going and catch some air, and then about as quickly as they hit the ground, they have to be hard on the brakes to slow down for that U-turn.
Yeah, that's an amazing turn right there. Interesting to watch those drivers as they do that. The grid is open right now, and in just a few moments we'll be releasing the grid. They'll be heading down towards start-finish. But as you were saying, John, this is a fantastic facility with so many things going on, and I've worked at both the kart track and here at the car track as well. And it's kind of a toss-up as to which is my favorite. There's some great things that happen here on the car track, especially in our purview of turn 4 at the carousel and turn 6. And we love watching the drone shots over 12, especially in 13, and then carrying all that speed off of 14, 15 into 16, and then coming down the front straightaway. So I'm at odds as to whether, I guess it depends on the day. If I'm doing a car race, I like the car track better. If I'm doing a kart race, I like the kart track better.
Well, some other amenities that they have here. How many racetracks do you go to that have a swimming pool?
Yeah.
And so they have a swimming pool for the members as well as a fitness facility. So if you need to come and do some cardio, lift some weights, they have a fully staffed exercise room down there. So really this is an amazing race facility that has so much more nestled here in the beautiful North Georgia mountains.
And you were talking about the stunt driving class a little earlier, the stunt driving school that they have here, and that is an opportunity for folks to actually, if they're trying to become actors and stunt drivers for movies and that kind of thing, they can actually work through that school and become part of the Screen Actors Guild and get their card for that. And it's certainly one of the options that they have to do is to be able to further their careers in stunt driving. And I think that's a great thing for them to have. So we see our drivers now. They're in the cars. They're ready to go. They're on the paddock area, and they're actually gridded right now. Those guys have just got to be blazing hot, sitting in those helmets right there with no air swirling around them, whatever, out in the hot elements. We talked about these being convertibles, I guess, open cockpit cars. Really, truly not a convertible, because you can't do anything about that.
It's
but
probably like
cockpit.
if you open the door on a convection oven. That's probably what it's like. And Charles, I'll tell you, every driver I spoke with down in the paddock after the Spec Miata race, drenched in sweat.
I'm
so
sure.
These drivers just sitting there baking in the sun. I mean, they're craving that time when they're going to be able to move and start to get some air movement.
Well, there's a little bit
them.
of that going on right now. They're starting to release the grid, and I know these drivers are feeling that 2-mile-per-hour wind in their face at the moment, or whatever they're traveling at slow speeds, but certainly relishing the opportunity to get up to over 100 miles an hour on this race course. Now they're taking them down to the staging area. They'll get them staged there, and in just a moment we'll get set to release them. It'll be our final race of the day. Don't forget the luau coming up tonight. It is going to be, there's all kind of things happening here at this racetrack, and tonight's going to be the luau for all the members, and it should be a lot of fun for them.
Well, and before the luau, we're actually, at the end of this race, going to have a little award ceremony down on the podium, down in the paddock area. So viewers, you want to stick in for that, as the mathematicians in our group will be adding up who finishes where overall between the two races. So we'll have some awards in the podium and then the luau. So all kind of activities. And Charles, they promised me that at a certain point this becomes an open track where the members can come out, and they have said there are some amazing race machines that will appear on this track.
Well, we have seen a couple of those sitting over there, and we're talking, a couple $100,000, $500,000 machines. They are some outstanding vehicles that are sitting here ready to come out onto the track a little later this evening.
Well, and in the parking lot, seeing some of those historics out there, even maybe back to the 50s and 60s, Porsches, just beautiful, beautiful automobiles that if they're members, they get a chance to be out on this track and challenge the car, challenge themselves on this very technical layout.
What you're seeing on the screen now, these are they call them the downforce cars, the radical cars. The official name is Primal, and they are assembled right here in Dawsonville, right here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and it's the only distribution center in the United States for these cars. So they assemble them here, and of course this is a place where you can come rent one, you can drive it, you can be part of the club, you can be part of downforce racing in a car that looks like that. Isn't that fantastic that you could do that?
Well, it really looks like a slightly smaller version of one of those Daytona prototypes or Le Mans prototypes, just 1,100 pounds. So where the Miatas were probably closer to 2,000, these are 1,100 pounds, 180 horsepower. Do the math. I mean, that's about 6 pounds per horsepower. That's a very, very good power-to-weight ratio, and that's what helps them zip out of these corners with quite a bit of pace.
Yeah, they put on quite a show. And the young man putting on the show earlier today in his very first race was Radon Nickel, and he wound up winning that race at 13 years of age. You talked to him down in Victory Lane afterwards, and he was quite a young man, and seems to be quite an intense young man when it comes to his racing program.
Well, you can see the focus in his eyes that he knew he had a chance just to get a little bit of fluids into him, and then he has to get right off into his downforce car. And we're going to see them go for 20 minutes just shortly here. And if I understand the rules correctly, Ryden Nickel will be starting up front as they start straight up with the results from race number 1. So Nickel should be on the pole.
Well, we were talking earlier about the stories he's going to tell on Monday morning when he goes to school. Not many 13-year-olds can talk about winning 3 races potentially over a weekend, and having the results that he's had in this kind of car. That has got to be a chick magnet. When you go in and show this picture of this car and show him in Victory Lane with checkered flag, at 13 years old, whether he's interested in girls at this point or not, he should be. I think he's got the credentials.
Well, hey, this should be an automatic A in physics class. Now, 13-year-olds don't take physics, but a lot of physics out here to understand off-camber, loading and unloading of the suspension. So for a 13-year-old to be out here and experiencing this, when he gets into those science classes, this should be an automatic A. He should be like, teacher, I was at the lab all this weekend, and look at all the experiments that we did out here. And he's going to be filling up the fireplace mantle of his parents at home.
Absolutely. As we say about some of our young phenoms that we see on some of the tracks, they may not be able to build a building big enough to put the trophies. This young man's going to win.
Radicals rolling out onto the speedway right now as we see our safety car leading the parade just off turn 1. So we have a nice field of Radicals here, and they will get 2 pace laps before they turn them loose for their 20-minute main event.
That's our last official race of the afternoon. As you mentioned, club members are going to have an opportunity to get on the track a little later, but this is the last one where we'll have an official scoring that'll be part of the day's podium finishes and so forth. So right now the safety car is bringing them down off of turn 4 down the carousel. You see them coming into focus here into turn number 6, and a couple of showcase corners here that we like to commentate on and talk about that really have a big bearing on this. You see most of the passing going on coming off turn number 6 and occasionally down the front straightaway where they carry so much speed as well as you head back toward turn 1. And we saw, John, earlier, you cannot appreciate the elevation changes from the drone shot or the camera shots here. You have to see this in live 3D to understand how far these corners vary from the top to the bottom.
I think the best camera shot that we'll have for the viewers when we have the camera that looks down the front straightaway and the cars just drop off the camera. That the front straightaway is relatively flat until about 300 feet from the end, and then the bottom drops out. As they're at maximum speed, they're heading now downhill into a more than 90-degree corner, and they're going to be hard on the brakes, and it's amazing to realize how much brake they're going to need just to get into that corner.
Yeah, you flat earth people, that's exactly what's going to happen whenever they get to the edge. It's just gone. Well, the field is tightening up behind the safety car as we get them down for the final lap around before we'll go green. They're going slowly through turns 12. Now you see them coming off 12 down into 13. And again, slowly coming through there. Pace car in front of our field right now.
Now, Charles, when we drove through 15 and 16, that Eau Rouge sort of homage corners, it's not quite what they're going to be feeling at speed. When we drove through it, yes, it's uphill, and then it flattens out. But when they're in a race car, at the bottom of that hill, they are literally getting pressed down into the seat. And then as they come up through 16, they'll almost float out of the seat despite a 5-point safety harness, and the car will want to float very much wide and to the left. So it's a difficult corner for the drivers because all of a sudden the car starts going to the left and they suddenly don't have grip as literally they're flying over the top of that hill.
Well, John, we all had, back in our days when we all first learned to drive, we all had that one place that we called Thrill Hill. Somewhere in our neighborhood, at any point in the U.S. where you are, you've got a Thrill Hill somewhere. And you remember that sensation of going up over the rise and dropping off and your stomach coming up into your chest cavity. At least that's what it felt like.
Usually it was some small bridge or over a set of railroad tracks that dropped downhill.
A little something that gave you that effect. And that's what you experience coming off turns 13 and 14 with that unloading of the G-forces coming, or 15 and 16. And that's why we see so many drivers using that roll-off area, because all of a sudden that car has just literally gotten out from under them.
So Ryden Nickel leading the field with Michael Gatto behind, John Pearson, Chris Hune, William Carr, Nate Davidson, William Layton, Kevin Clifford, and Andrew Nagy making up our field. Also, we have Barry Davidson and Zach Pang. They may not be able to continue as they had some issues earlier, but would love to have them out here. Will Rigdon was telling us that this is the largest field of Radicals they've had in the Summer Championship Series. And it's quite a procession to see them roll down through turn 11 and heading to 12.
We'll watch them in just a moment as they come full song up off turn. Well, they have to hold it back. Our official starter, Michaela Christian, holds them back until 20 feet or so before the flag stand, and she pulls that green flag out. So it's going to be interesting to watch these drivers try to hold back the reins of the horses they've got under them right now.
Holding back all 180 horses.
Yeah.
ready to stomp on it. There we see a beautiful view of those North Georgia mountains that we're just west of Dawsonville here. And Charles, I'll say just to the north of us here we have Dahlonega, so known for the gold rush back in the 1830s. And this is definitely a gem here in the North Georgia mountains as they're 2x2 rolling slowly through turn 16.
All right, they come down to the start of this field. The safety car is off toward the paddock area. Here they come heading down toward start-finish. Let's get ready to watch these drivers. We can see them from our vantage point now as they come in front of the tower. McKaylee Christian got the green flag in her hand. She waves it. We're underway. And the 79 of Raiden Nickel wastes no time getting his foot in the gas as he heads down to turn 1. He's going to be the first driver off turn number 1 and heading down toward the S's in 2 and 3.
3 and 4 wide with one car getting way into the grass off turn 1. So excitement starts early here in our second Radicals race. Don't know what car that was, but out front, Raiden Nickel smooth into the lead.
I tell you what, Raiden Nickel is just having an awesome day for the 13-year-old. There comes our last starter by. Some problems for the 129 car earlier getting on track. And now we see them braking hard as they go into turn 6. Look at these two black cars as they work hard down there. I like to call that the Batmobile that's in that procession coming off turn number 4.
It's a little difficult for the announcers since these are all sort of spec and built cars. They're all white.
Yeah.
So except for a small number, it's difficult for us to tell which car is which out there. The
whom
57.
Is whom? How do you say that
whom?
correct? Whom is whom?
Which driver is which? The 57 of Barry Davidson I saw in second place. So he started potentially deep in the field. So definitely a wild start getting through turn 1 and then back around turn 6.
So I will say this from our perspective here. We're looking at turn 13. There is a white car. There is another white car behind him, but we happen to know that we think that's Nickel and Gatto. But anyway, a white car and a white car, there's another white car.
Trust Race Monitor and say that Nickel leads with Kevin Clifford in second. He's one of the instructors here. He was running strong in the first race. And then Gatto and Pearson third and fourth. So much like in the first race where Clifford and Nickel pulled away, in this race Nickel and Clifford are continuing that trend, pulling away from the rest of the field.
We're going to check that car number when he comes by right now. And the 57 was showing on the side of that car. That's a lap car.
That could be. Well, that's Barry Davidson. He might not be appearing in Race Monitor, but he was in second. He was in second place, and he's not scored in Race Monitor. So there's a good chance that Barry Davidson in that 57 is in second. As we see some great passing action through turn 10 and down into 11 as they're side by side again. I believe that's William Carr leading that. Probably Nate Davidson and William Layton.
Well, they are battling single file now as they head up into the entrance to turn 12. They'll work around turn 12 and head back down toward turn 13. And we do see Carr and then Davidson behind him, it appears, as they head off into the trees there in turn 12 at the entrance to turn 13.
So Nickel flashes by again as our leader. Clifford's third on the track. So the second car is Barry Davidson. And then
we got trouble with, I believe it's Clifford, isn't it? That's down in the sand over off turn number 1. Is that Clifford? Yeah, that's Clifford's car. And that's surprising for him to go off course down there. So caution is out on the whole racetrack right now. Caution flag is out.
A local caution. It looks like they pulled the caution flag back in. So some heady moments down into turn 1 so far in this race on the opening lap. And again there, out front, Raiden Nickel just continues to lead.
So Raiden Nickel is your race leader, and he is all alone right now. Good grief. Look at the distance between his car and the second place car has not even come up to the stripe yet, so we're still waiting on our second place machine as Raiden Nickel leads us down the back chute into turn number 4, and Nickel is on a mission here this afternoon. Here comes your second place car, John. Look where Nickel is. He's already in turn 6, and there's the second place car coming by.
So Barry Davidson, he's within striking distance as we're just 4 minutes in as they roll through turns 1 and 2, almost taking some different lines. Davidson pinching it tight, and there goes Pearson and Chris Hune coming by. So best battle on the track right now is Pearson and Hune in that battle for 3rd and 4th as they're setting up to go through the carousel. But our leader heading down into turn 6, and he accelerates. Although that car, it sputters. It sputters, so Raiden Nickel, you can hear it's not quite running right as Barry Davidson goes cruising by. Some type of trouble for Nickel in that 79 car.
I wonder what in the world went on, because he was running good as he went into the corner in 6, and then all of a sudden it just lost power coming up the little rise off of turn 6.
We can see him. I think that's Nickel on screen. Downhill he'll be okay, but it just seemed like he completely lost power as Pearson and Hune are going to go shooting right by. Let's see if Nickel's going to be able to get up turn 12. As we've talked about, that is a very steep hill, so something in the powertrain must have gone awry for Nickel.
Well, it looks like he's continuing on around the track, but it's not going to be a three-peat for him today, that's for sure. Troubles for him, as he will probably take that car off track here in a moment. That puts Barry Davidson up front. He'll be your leader right now, and he is kind of all alone in this deal as he's up front heading down toward turn 4.
Best battle on the track is for 2nd place as John Pearson and Chris Hune dive down into turn 1. Hune is right up to that rear wing of Pearson as they shoot over towards the carousel once again.
Yeah, Hune and Pearson battling hard. They go into turn 4 right now. That's the big carousel turn over there at the top of the mountain, I guess you'd say. Highest point on the racetrack, I believe it is.
It is, and it's shaded now where some cloud covers come in over turns 1 and 6 as well as the carousel as Pearson covers the inside, and here comes Hune attempting on the outside through turn 6. Let's see if Hune can get a drive down through the S's as out front, Barry Davidson is already through turn 11. Well ahead of our 2nd and 3rd place pursuers.
Davidson with a whale of a lead right now. Pearson and Hune still battling it out. There you see those two cars as they head down into turn number 9. They'll go into 10. Well, I guess they're going into 11 right now and getting ready to head up turn 12. Here they go. It's Pearson and Hune still battling it out. That's the battle for 2nd position, John.
That is the battle for 2nd as Barry Davidson is about 11 seconds ahead as he flashes by the start-finish line, and we'll see him drop out of sight hard on the brakes down into turn 1. So Davidson on a mission here. Just coming onto the start-finish line now is Pearson and Hune. And Pearson is covering that inside line down into turn 1 to try to keep Hune from getting up on the inside under braking.
You know, that's got to be quite an experience when you've got somebody battling right beside you and you're going down to turn 1 and you want to go just a little further in the corner than you did last time to hold him off, and then all of a sudden you lose traction. So there's a real fine line these guys have to tread when they go down in toward turn 1.
Our leader, Barry Davidson, clean off 6, and he's going to head down through the S's 7, 8, and 9. Again, best battle on the track as we see Hune try to go full send up to the inside of Pearson, but he can't make it happen. And they're going to charge off, getting up into the rumble strips off turn 6.
So it's Davidson, but you see the battle going on with Pearson and Hune as it continues. They work their way into that sharp left-hander, and now they get set up for the big right-hander going into turn 12. They'll work their way up turn number 12 and head down toward getting ready to set up for turns 14 and 15, which are the big power corners here, and getting ready to build momentum as they come down the fastest part of the racetrack. And Pearson now starting to put a little distance between his car and Hune.
Meanwhile, our leader still up front, Barry Davidson, is just clear by, got to be about 10 seconds at this point, down into turn 1. And here's our battle as we see Pearson pulling down to the pit entrance, and that's going to move Hune up to 2nd.
Wow. Not sure what happened to Pearson's car. It looked like he was running well, but all of a sudden he decided that something he saw on the gauges or something he felt moved him out of contention. So that'll put Chris Hune up to 2nd spot. Kevin Clifford in the 138 is 3rd. Michael Gatto in the 76 is 4th. And Pearson, of course, off track right now. That'll put William Carr up to 5th position in the the black car.
Just find out that was a black flag for what was our second
Oh.
place runner. Pearson coming off turn 6, had 4 wheels over those
Oh, my.
rumble strips, and that's a no-no. So he got caught with the black flag, had to serve what we think of as a drive-through penalty, and that shuffles him from second place. He's going to be looking back now at 5th place.
Well, we talked about that in our ride-around this afternoon with Will Rigdon and how the drivers get penalized if they take all 4 tires off of those first set of rumble strips, and that would be easy to do coming off of a hairpin turn like that over in turn number 6.
Well, not just a hairpin turn, but they're accelerating to the maximum to head down, and not quite a straightaway, but through these S's, and they want to get a great launch off that. But if you launch a little too much, you're going to be off the track and then get a penalty.
Barry Davidson continues to lead this race right now. Davidson is in. We're 9 minutes in, just right at the halfway point, right at 10 minutes into this 20-minute race for our drivers that are on track with the Radicals, the downforce cars.
15 seconds the distance that Barry Davidson's ahead of Chris Hune, and then Clifford running in 3rd place about another 7 seconds back. So Chris Hune was probably hoping to get past Pearson on the track. He caught a bit of a break as we have one car around in turn number 6. That is Andrew Nagy in the 129, so he ended up on the inside of turn 6. Not the typical place you'd see someone spin out, so I don't know what happened there, but ended up down on the inside of that hairpin turn.
Well, we have other drivers coming through that. There you see Nagy going down. There's the battle coming off the front straightaway right there. The 139 car of Nate Davison and William Layton in the 75, and there goes the driver that had to serve the penalty as Pearson took his car through the pit area, and that put him back now in 8th spot on the racetrack.
So Pearson's trying to get back up on the horse and at least catch up to Layton and Davidson, as the position in this race is going to really impact the podium at the end of the day. So where our winner from the first race, Raiden Nichols, out, now we have some of our other front runners struggling in this race. Really has opened up the championship for the day as we have a great battle going down into turn 6.
Those 2 drivers battling hard down there. That's the 89 car. Maybe I missed that particular car
I think that
number.
was
I thought
Kevin
that was
Clifford
89.
and Michael Gatto there.
Okay, Gatto and Griffin.
Or
Clifford in
these
that.
two. That was Davidson and Layton. Again, hard to tell.
Yeah.
Well, us announcers are struggling when all the cars are white. There's only a small number on them.
So we know the 76 car just came back. That was Gatto. He just came by the start-finish line. And right now we still got Davison, who's quite a distance ahead from the rest of this field in the 57 machine. We got cars coming down into turn number 12. You'll see them heading over toward 12 right now on camera. They'll be coming into sight here in just a moment. Just had one exit off turn 13.
And this is coming up through 16, so this is going to be, should be Davidson and Layton. And now we see that 418 of Pearson is mixing it up with them. So he was quick early, and he has got past one and now got past both of them into turn 1. So
well, Pearson trying to make a valiant comeback after having to serve that drive-through penalty.
he's trying to salvage whatever positions he can as we have about 7.5 minutes left in race number 2 of our Radicals.
Unless we've got a caution, though, he's got a lot of distance to try to make up to even gain one more position.
Three cars nose to tail off turn 6 with that 97 car. That's Zach Ping coming up on a Layton and Nagy. So he's looking to get by as they head down through turn 10 and now down into turn 11.
Well, they work their way into 11. That is a good battle going on there. They're starting to heat up pretty strongly as they come up ready to get into 15 and 16. And you see those drivers getting side by side right there as they go out of sight in 12. So we've got a battle going on in 12 as they come off 13. They're still door to door if they had doors, but they're side by side as they go into turn 13.
I guess we'd say they're wing to wing now as we switch over to see the exit of turn 14 and then 15 and 16. And soon they'll be right on our front straightaway. So where Pearson had suffered that issue earlier, he's now recovered to be in 6th place. But he is quite a distance. He's about 15 seconds behind William Carr in 5th place.
Our time starting to wind down now, just over 7 minutes to go in this race for the Radical cars, the downforce cars. There's the 57 car of Barry Davison coming by to complete another lap. He has led the last few laps. We've completed 11 laps so far, and Davison now kind of on a course all by himself. He's got nobody within sight in front, and certainly nobody that can see him from behind or from behind him. So Davison just out for a little Saturday afternoon stroll, I guess you'd say.
A stroll at over 100 miles an hour. And also with no roof on the car, so some interesting convertible driving here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And he still drives it hard down into turn 6, though, and watches his braking. Make sure he keeps all 4, or at least 2 of the tires off the rumble strips anyway, and keeps it legal on this bout that he's got going on this afternoon.
So off our drone cam, we see action all over through turns 11 and 12, and now 15 coming up through 16. Now charging down the front straightaway, that's John Pearson, still trying to make up ground on the track, and then it's quite a gap back from them. So the real question is, will Pearson be able to catch up to Carr in the slightly less than 5 minutes remaining?
Well, William Carr has got such an advantage over Pearson. Look at him coming off turn 6. Or turn 4. Carr has got so much an advantage over Pearson. I don't see him catching up. He's not like he's on a mission. I mean, I'm sure he's on a mission, but he's not on a mission to be able to catch Carr. At least it doesn't look to be in the realm of possibility right now.
So Pearson had one lap where he went wide off turn 6. That earned him a black flag and a pass-through penalty.
Ooh. And another situation exactly the same, it looked like right there.
Well, it looked from here like he was, I'll just say, pretty far out into those rumble strips. We'll see what the officials say.
75 car having that same situation there. William Layton looked like he got all 4 on this side of the rumble strip, so we'll see if they post him as well. You see other drivers, like the 57 car of Davison just came through there, and he saw that his car was going to drift, and he wheeled it back to the right quick to keep those 2 tires on the rumble strips.
That's right. The second half of our course is now in the shade as clouds are coming and going, so we see from our drone cam shadows over turns 12 through 15. But here in the front straightaway, we are still in the brilliant August sunshine.
Well, we kept talking about Pearson trying to catch Carr, but now Pearson's got to worry a little bit. He's got somebody right on his tail as they head off turn number 1. Look at this side-by-side battle as they work into turn 2. Get ready for turn 3. Look at this battle going on, and we've got a new new 4th place car.
Well, I think that was Zach Pang in that 97, so you could see at a certain point that Pearson just let up to let him go by as they were going side by side. So at least move Pang up 1 spot on the course.
There comes our leader by once again. We got 3 pretty evenly spaced cars coming down into turn 6 right now. Those cars making their way into that little hairpin off 6, and then having to clear those rumble strips. And so many of these drivers look to me like are getting all 4 tires on this side of the rumble strip. That must be a very difficult thing to do, to keep those things under control and stay on that strip instead of getting all 4 off.
The third car in that trio was Barry Davidson, our leader, so he is starting to work through some slower cars. Round right in the middle of the carousel. We'll try to get a number on that.
He spun down to the inside. He's on the grassy area to the inside of the carousel over in 4. So it's almost in the same position that we had in the earlier race where they tore down part of the fence on the outside, but at least hard to tell. No numbers actually on the front of these cars. Well, it may be Chris Hune. If that's the 53 car, that's the report that we're getting from over there. That might be Hune. We won't know till our scoreboard refreshes. When it comes by on Race Monitor, we'll know that for sure.
It looks like it might have been 57 Chris Hune, as now we see another car slow on the track, the 97 of Zach Pang. So negative action all over the track here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And the time is, we got a minute and a half to go, so it's critical to try to finish this race strong.
Okay, so we are under a full course caution as our starter, McKaylee Christian, holds out those double yellow flags.
Everybody
So-
catches their collective breath, I guess you'd say at this point, because we'll have maybe a one-lap shootout.
And there we can see our leader is on the screen, the first in that trio. That is our leader, Barry Davidson. You hold position.
Oh, we see some action on the kart track right now. We got a couple of karts that have spun out over there. It's kind of interesting to watch that during our cautions.
Every time when the race cars go by and then you hear the karts have some sort of atypical sound over there, you look over and there's some cars that are pointed in the wrong direction on just some patrons having some fun on the go-kart track on the rentals.
It is quite interesting to be able to watch what's going on without, whenever we're under caution, there's always something happening over there. Yeah, you and I had an opportunity to work at Lanier National Speedway, Lanier Raceway, Lanier Raceplex a couple of weeks ago. Will joined us in that broadcast. And I remember years ago, whenever we would be in a rain delay at Lanier, they would still be running motorcycles at Road Atlanta. And we'd look over there and they'd be shooting a rooster tail of water 60 feet in the air and running 100 miles an hour up turns 2 and 3 at Road Atlanta. And yet we were under a rain delay at an oval track. It was just amazing to watch that action.
I can't imagine racing a motorcycle in the rain. Like racing it is already difficult enough, and now you're saying we're going to take away half your grip out there.
One of our starters, Flagman, there, his wife was a nurse at Northeast Georgia Medical Center, which was Gainesville Memorial Hospital back in the day, and they would double or triple the staff in the emergency room when they ran those motorcycles at Road Atlanta.
Safety car is out on the track, going to pick up at least our leader as
EV, our emergency vehicles.
Vehicle is tending to the car, and it was the 53 of Chris Hune that spun and got stalled down on the inside of the carousel.
And he was our second place car, is that correct?
He was second, so it seems like in this race, if you're running second,
yeah.
Or, well, no, earlier Raiden Nickel was first and had problems, but
That's
if you're
true.
running in the top two, there's no guarantees. So Barry Davidson might be looking for some salt or something to throw over his shoulder, or, something special to do so that he can just try to keep it together here as we get into the waning minutes of race number 2 of our Radicals today.
Well, it does allow for more people to be victors, I guess, in the afternoon. So you like to see some diversity, and maybe we'll have that going on with our drivers. Now, the field has
the
Davison is picking up the
57's the
leader,
leader, so the pace car had picked up William Layton, so he's going to get, I guess you'd say the lucky dog, but the
I
pace
guess
car
so.
just had to pick up the proper vehicle, and that was our leader, Barry Davidson. So Layton will come around to join the back of the field.
Well, he's going to have to do some getting on the gas to catch this field. It's a ways to go to catch a 2.5 mile field.
Well, the rest of the field is all just still bunching up as we see our emergency crews still tending to Chris Hune. Don't know exactly the nature of his problem. He spun to the inside of the carousel, and that Radical came to a stop.
Well, at least the fence is in good shape. We see that they got it back together from the earlier spin in the previous Mazda Spec race, and now they're getting ready to hook to Hune's car. Looks like they're backing up with the emergency vehicle to be able to tow him in. So I think it's going to be a tow situation going on. At least that's the look we see right now over in turn 4.
I don't need you to do that. I know, she's got a really good shot. Look at how close I am.
Great shot from our camera crews here today as we see the emergency crews trying to hook up to Chris Hune. Again, don't know the nature of the problem. Looks like he's still in the car, and they haven't tended to him in any way, so he must be okay. But the car might have actually gotten stuck up there, maybe high-centered on one of these cars where the wheels aren't on the ground, even though the center of the car is touching a high point of ground.
Yeah, the old tractor trailer on the railroad tracks thing.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good view of it there. They have the cable or one of those nylon straps. They're going to pull him onto the track. He may get back underway. Looks like the car was stuck up on those curbs with the rear wheels and the front wheels off the ground.
By the way, if you're watching this on the Facebook feed, make sure you go to the Atlanta Motorsports Park Facebook page at some point today and see the post that we saw of the go-kart that's clearing the ground, that's catching air, coming off turn number 2. That's a great shot that our photographer took over there. That's going to be posted a little later today.
And that's no Photoshop. That was legitimate.
That's
that the
legit.
car came over the hill, the track dropped away, and the car caught air. As it looks like we have another car that's come to a stop just off turn 2 here.
I think he's just waiting on the field to catch him this time. I think he's the guy at the end of the field.
Layton is just waiting as the track is blocked up ahead, so he's just taking a breather, and the red flag is out momentarily
Well,
as
that's
we're
just
trying to
for
get the
him.
field realigned
Yeah,
here.
that's the red flag is out, I think, for Leighton to know
No,
to stop over there, or they've still got the field. Okay,
Yeah,
they're
the whole
stopping
the
the
whole
field here in
field is
front.
coming to a stop right here on the start-finish line. At least a little bit of shade for the drivers, so they won't be baking in the full August sunshine. Charles, by the calendar, the dog days of summer have ended. That ended about August 3rd.
Gee,
The way I
thanks, by the
feel right
calendar.
now,
Yeah.
I would disagree with that spot on the calendar. that
Well, I
it
love the
definitely
shade.
feels
It
hot.
has dropped a half degree. Gee, thanks. Well, there you see a lineup of our cars. Now, we can actually tell you what the lineup is right now because we've got them right there in order. 57 of Barry Davison is there. Second place, we're showing Kevin Clifford. He is the driver that's on the inside, on that second row.
Yep, towards the farther from the camera.
Yeah, farther from the camera. And then on this side of the camera, it's the 139 of Nate Davison is showing there.
He must be a lap down. So the car at the back, it says black car, the second to last black car, that would be William Carr.
Right.
And behind him is John Pearson. We were talking about Pearson needing some sort of safety car to happen. He's gotten that break, so he may be able to get one or maybe two more spots when we get back under racing action. So while Pearson had misfortune early on, it may turn out into an opportunity for him when we get back underway.
Miracle on 34th Street for Mr. Pearson, possibly. We'll find out how that's going to go. Yeah, we got him. Kuhn is going back under his own power again right now, so that will get him a hewn.
And in the background, you can see all the rental carts going around the corner there. They're having the time of their lives with some 2 and 3 wide wild action as the cameras are following that. Chris Hune is back underway, got stuck right in the middle of the carousel. That's a ride you don't want to get stuck on, and he did today. So he's going to come around and join the tail of the field.
It's funny to watch those carts, the rental carts. Those guys, they look like they're under caution from what a regular kart race would be under competition because they're going so slow. That's the general public and their way of doing karts. Whenever you've got the competition karts out there, those guys fly on those things.
Well, it looks slow from here, but when you're sitting in a car that's 3 inches off the ground, that really changes your perspective of speed.
I remember we were doing a race at Montgomery Motor Speedway in Alabama, and it was corporate day. We were having all the guys that were sponsors bring their people out, and they were riding in race trucks for the first time. And I remember a guy getting in there, and one of the CEOs of the company went over and banged on his door when he took his helmet off and said, "Do you know how fast you were going?" He said, "I was going 120 miles an hour." He said, "You got to 53 miles an hour. That sensation of speed is way more in a race car than you really think it is."
That can warp your actual senses. Race cars are getting back underway. The red flag has been lifted, and the caution is back out. So safety car is rolling again. The emergency crews have been able to get Chris Hune back onto the track. And the 75 of William Layton is also back underway, where the safety car had caught him and then he went past and just had to wait for the track to be reopened. So
we're actually 27 minutes into this 20-minute race, so it'll be interesting to see at what point that Michaela Christian puts out the white flag. It may be after the first lap. I don't know. It'll be interesting to find out how they actually score this when we've gone overtime due to that situation over in turn 4.
Charles, it should be when they come around, they'll get a green and a white together. So it'll be a one-lap dash where Barry Davidson has at least, it looks like, one-lap car between himself and second place.
It'll be a one-lap shootout. I love that term shootout. Of course, that's synonymous with Dixie Speedway, where you're involved right now. We used to have the Have-A-Tampa shootout there every year, and that shootout became synonymous with Dixie Speedway, and I still think of that every time I say it's going to be a one-lap or a two-lap shootout. That always harkens back to those days at Dixie.
Well, and you know they're going to be driving full force down into turn 1. Now, here's something to watch for. Normally, the front straightaway is the fastest part of the course, and drivers have a certain place where mentally they're going to hit the brake. This time, since they're not at full speed, which driver is going to push it a little deeper into the corner because they're not going as fast? You know, how deep into turn 1 can they hammer that gas until they have to lift off and then get hard onto the brakes.
Well, they do have a little bit of experience because it's the same as a race start. They'll start in the same spot. So they have a little bit of experience knowing on a very beginning of the race how far they can go down before they have to brake. But with only one lap to go, again, that adrenaline pump is going, and do you go just a little further than normal?
Or do they go for full send? It'll probably be like when Charlotte has the Roval, and they start differently than when they run the course. So
Right.
they carry different speed loads down into that unique
a
turn
la
one.
Chase Elliott from Dawsonville hitting the barriers on that restart that time.
We heard it's going to be 2 laps, so they're going to have a 2-lap shootout here with the pace car pulling into the pit area, into the paddock. So we're going to get a green flag just shortly for our leader, Barry Davidson.
Here they come, all right in front of the flag stand. The green is out. McKaylee gets them back up to full speed, and they head down to turn 1. We got some side-by-side action going on, John.
Kevin Clifford jumps immediately to the inside of Nate Davidson, so he now has the leader, Barry Davidson, right in front of him. So the first 2 on the track are the first 2 in the standings. Does Clifford have anything for Davidson as the laps are winding down?
Well, Clifford right behind Davison as they head up into turn 4. Those 2 drivers now clearly in the battle as they come off turn number 5 and head down towards 6.
Side-by-side action further in the pack, and now I see John Pearson in that 418 weaving
Wow.
through some slower cars as he charges down the inside, full send into turn 6 as he's trying to get up. Now he got by Gatto there, so moved Pearson back up to 3rd place. What a wild feature he has had.
Man, Pearson has gained 4 spots here in that corner from turn 1 to turn 6. Pearson gains 4 spots. What a great job for him in the 418. We'll be coming to the white flag this time, so the drivers have got one more lap to try to prove something. The leaders work their way now down into turn 12. They're heading into 13 in just a moment, and they'll be heading off ready to get to the front straightaway on 15 and 16 here in just a moment.
That high-speed sweeping complex from 14 to 15 as we see Davidson charging through and then shift back to the right through turn 16 onto the front straightaway. He sees the white flag from starter McKaylee Christian. 1 lap around Atlanta Motorsports Park remaining.
Well, they head down there. You see the white flag flying for all the drivers. Man, Pearson is up to 3rd spot now. What a great job he has done in the 418. You're going to have to get a word with him. There's no question about that at the end of this race because he has been the most adventurous driver on the racetrack so far.
He has lived a lifetime in just the last 31 minutes. So he is 3rd on the track. So our top 3 cars are running top, 1, 2, 3 on the track. But Barry Davidson has a comfortable lead through turn 6. And he heads down through the S's of 7, 8, and 9.
Well, Kevin Clifford really slung the rear end around as he came off turn number 6. Lost a little bit of ground to Davison, but not enough that Pearson is a threat to him at this point. They head into turn 7 and 8 as they go down and get ready for that all-important turn number 12.
Other great drone cam action here as you see cars driving under you in turn 7. And that was a nice trio on the track. But in just a few moments, we're going to see Barry Davidson crest or come around turn 15 as we see some of our other cars. You can really see from that shot how steep the drop of 11 is. But here comes Davidson coming through turn sweet 16.
It's Davison bringing it off turn number 16. He comes to the double checkered flags. Congratulations to Barry Davison on the win. Let's find out who's going to finish in 2nd. It's going to be John Pearson who takes 2nd spot in the 418 as Clifford, one of the instructors here, goes off the track and allows these guys to battle it out for position. So congratulations to Barry Davison, our winner in the 57. John Pearson in the 418 takes 3rd spot. Clifford winds up being finishing in 3rd. It's William Carr in 4th in the black car. Michael Gatto in the number 76 takes 5th. William Layton is scored in 6th position in the 75 car. Andrew Nagy in the 129 is your 7th place finisher. Nate Davison will take 8th spot in the 139. And Chris Hune, the driver that was involved in that situation over in turn 4 earlier, will wind up in 9th position. He's a few laps down. He did not get to complete this race because of a situation over there in turn 4. But congratulations to Barry Davison, and John Pearson was the driver who had the most adventuresome day, I guess you'd say, of anybody on the racetrack. John Matthews will be talking with him in just a few moments. He's waiting on Barry Davison to get that car over to the paddock area, get it on the scales, and then after that we'll have a conversation with him about his win this afternoon. Was not the afternoon that we were looking for for Mr. Nickel. He had the lead in this race. Things went sour with his machine, and so he did not get a chance to three-peat here this afternoon. So instead, John will be talking with Barry Davison, the driver of the 57, who will be down on the paddock area in just a few moments. It's been a great afternoon to be here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Been a little hot, but I tell you what, nothing like seeing great racing action no matter what the temperature, no matter what the weather. Racing is always fun, and we appreciate you tuning in this afternoon. Remember, the award ceremony is coming up a little later, and in just a moment, we'll have our winning interview with John Matthews and our winner, Barry Davison, down in the paddock area.
Well, race fans, I am down here in the paddock with winner of race number 2 in our Radicals, Barry Davidson. Congratulations. How does it feel to see those checkers first here at Atlanta Motorsports Park?
When you get to be an old man, it looks really good because you can get out of the car and cool off because it's exhausting.
So now, how drained are you, and how much worse was it because you had that caution and that red flag?
It always just heats everything back up, you know. So you sit in the car, you get hotter. When you're in a rhythm, it's great, but when you get out of that rhythm, you got to get back into it. Everything's warm, but it was good. It was a lot of fun. I had fun with my son. He was first race out there, and had a lot of fun with him. So.
All right, and what car was your son in?
I think it's 139. So Nathan is his name.
And how old's Nathan?
27.
Oh, so he's not young. He's 27. Okay, so you guys, it sounds like you're going to have an excited car ride home tonight from Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Yeah, we definitely will. Thank you. And the young guy that was out there, I mean, he was doing great. I don't know what happened to his car, but he is fast. Good kid, too.
All right, congratulations to Barry Davidson winning race number 2 of our Radical division. I'm going to try to go get a word with John Pearson down here a little further in our paddock. Well, race fans, I am further down the paddock with our second place in race number 2. It's actually Nicholas Pearson, where I was just meeting his dad, John, here. So, Nicholas, it seemed like a lot went on for you in this feature. If you can summarize what happened out there today.
Well, when I first went out there, it was all right. But then I was having a fun battle with that 53 car when I got black flagged. So I did a drive-through through the pits, and then coming back out, I had a lot of brake issues where my brake pedal would just go to the floor. So I was really slow in there. But then the safety car came out, and the brake problem almost fixed itself somehow, and then I was fast, and I passed everyone.
So it also seemed like when the safety car came out, we were saying up top, you would have needed a safety car to get up to people. So that really allowed you to get right up behind some cars, it seems like?
Yeah, I wouldn't have. They were nowhere close to me. I was way far behind. So if that safety car didn't come out, I would have. I probably would have finished where I was.
All right, Nicholas. Final question: how old are you?
17.
Okay, so you're a high school student, I imagine. What kind of stories are you going to have for your classmates Monday morning when you stroll into the hallways?
Some cool ones.
All right. Well, congratulations to Nicholas Pearson, second place in Radical race number 2 today at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Well, thank you, John Matthews. I tell you what, it's been an interesting afternoon. Nicholas Pearson there, some great stories that he had. Interesting how that brake pedal just went away for him and then all of a sudden came back so that he had power and control over that car toward the end of the race. He did a good job of passing those 3 cars at the very end and coming up with a second-place finish. Congratulations to Barry Davison. In his words, the old man. I didn't realize that was the case for Barry, but he called himself that. So we'll go with that, Barry. That's okay. Congratulations to him on the win this afternoon. and to his son Nathan for his first race here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We're going to be having the award ceremony coming up in about 10 minutes or so stick around for that. This afternoon has been a great thrill for me. I want to thank Will Rigdon for the opportunity. Will's been on here commentating with us a little bit this afternoon, but primarily in charge of flying that drone with the beautiful shots that you have seen and are seeing right now. Thanks to John Matthews for joining us as well. I'm Charles Head. Check us out on the Champ Racing Show every Thursday night. We're on live on Facebook Live, and you can check us out on 99.3 FM WCON, our 100,000 watt powerhouse in Northeast Georgia. So check us out there on Thursday nights as well. Been on the radio for over 30 years on that radio station with that show. So we talk a lot of racing and have been for a lot of years. So join us this Thursday night if you get an opportunity. Thanks so much, and stay tuned. We've got the award ceremony coming up in just a few minutes.
everybody down here for the podium ceremony. All my drivers, go ahead, make your way over to the podium. We're going to get this podium ceremony underway. All right, all right. It was a good day of racing. Thank you to all our participants for coming out today. It was a hot and humid, very intense action on the track. A lot of passing, a lot of cautions. It was a very fun to watch race. And we're going to go ahead and get into our Spec Miata podium. Starting in third place, Keith Williamson. Your second place driver today, Jose Garcia.
Thank you.
And your winner in group number 1, Ray Nickel.
He wants to slow down the moment.
All right, good job, guys. Good job. Smile for the camera. We are 6 weeks into this 8-week season. Only 2 more left to go. Our next podium, this is our largest downforce field. Really fun race to watch. Your third place winner for downforce, William Carr. And I'm sure even better from last month when William showed up expecting to race downforce and nobody was here to race him. So it was good for him to show up this week. We had a full field. Your second place driver, John Pearson. Good job. Oh, let me get you your trophy. I'm used to having somebody up here to pass these out. All right. And your winner for downforce, Barry Davidson. Thank you, guys. Congratulations. Go ahead, smile for the camera. All right. Thank you to everybody. This is a fun race day. We will be back out here September 11th. So make sure you sign up early. And we'll hopefully have another good race day, some good, clean racing. Thank you to everybody. Thank you for those tuning in at home. We appreciate it. And we will see you out here again. We'll actually be at Kart Track next weekend, next Saturday on the 17th, and we'll be back out here at Main Track on September 11th. We will see you then. So long, everybody.